Hello, 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 beautiful people. How is everybody on your beautiful Thursday? Welcome, welcome. You guys know I've been sort of taking days off here and there, dealing with some health stuff myself. So I apologize. I wasn't here yesterday. Having a tough go of it. I am trying to regulate. But nonetheless, enough about me, more about you and all of this shenanigans we have going on here. The sewer turtle decided it would be a grand idea to release the impounded. Impounded means the parties are the only people who are allowed to have it when it comes to a court hearing. Now, this stuff was impounded, as everyone heard, by the judge during these hearings. He impounded all of the discovery, all of the things that were exhibits, affidavits, the whole shebang, right? All of it was impounded. That means the public doesn't get to see it. It's not there to request to have because it's impounded, aka secret, private. Well. The Kyle Sharkley account, which for quite some time I assumed was either Aidan or one of his minions, was kind of obvious, released on Twitter, released the impounded exhibits. And so what it looks like is I reached out to the court, I sent an email to them to let them know that the impounded, just, all the exhibits and all the other materials, the impounded shit, it's on the internet. And of course, we know who that came from. Aidan is the only person who it could have come from. So, and it looks like from what I saw just a few minutes ago, it looks like Kate said she also called the court. So I'm assuming that more than just me did. It looks like more than just me did, and I would hopefully assume that other people did too. But the court will know that, once again, he has spit in the face of the court system. Once again, because this is often how he does it. He hands it over to a third party and says, "Meh, not my problem. They can't get in trouble." You're right, they can't get in trouble. But if you are circumventing orders on purpose, just sort of spit in the judge's face, the judge can definitely start screaming and yelling at Aidan's attorney, being like, "Are you fucking serious?" Because if you didn't catch it while the hearing happened, Meredith said, "I'd be happy to hand over the file of my, employer file to the court if the court impounds it, because I don't want you," when she was talking to Bradel, "or your client disseminating it all over the internet," right? So whereas this is a civil matter, he can't exactly arrest him. We can hold him contempt of court, and contempt can be held in a jail cell for contempt. So, I mean, the judge, that's up to the judge. Judges don't usually do it, but because he has a long history of doing this shit and circumventing the orders by giving it to a third party and having the third party release it, this judge didn't seem like he was going to deal with shenanigans. So, me too, Janine. It's not just you, my friend. I know I'm not the only one either dealing with a lot of health stuff. So I send all of my love to you. I wouldn't say I feel better. I definitely don't feel better. I'm definitely have a lack of energy and a lot of hot and cold sweats, and just the medications themselves take weeks when you switch medications for your system to sort of get used to. And there's a lot of really shitty side effects to these, one of which being like they make me extremely tired and just drained of energy. And I already have that with the other health issues I have going on, and I'm in a lot of pain. So I'm trying to manage all those things together. And lately it's just been really bad to the point where I can't sit in the chair for those long periods like that in this kind of pain. So I apologize. I'm, sometimes like today I'm just biting the bullet because I can't. I mean, I'm a small channel. I can't afford to just have multiple days off and not be here. But at the same time, I also have to know when I'm pushing the limits with my body. So I'm working on it, my friend. I am working on it. I always tell the doctor, "Fix me." That's what I tell my specialists. I always like, "All right, doc, fix me." And they always tell me they can't quite fix me. They can try to band-aid me, but they can't quite fix me. I'm broken, is what I tell them. I'm broken. Fix me. That's a good fucking point. You know, there's a bunch of other things coming down the pipe when it comes to him, and I'm sure he knows it's coming by now. So I'll just sit back with my popcorn. Eventually, with that popcorn machine that y'all made me put on my wish list because it's pink, and I think it actually went down in price the other day. It was like at like $88, and I was like, oh, I'm getting that popcorn machine. I'm getting it before he, you know, if he goes to jail, I'm getting that popcorn machine. I'm doing it because I mean I feel like we need to have like a whole party at my house where I just hand out popcorn on the stream. You know what I mean? Like popcorn for you and for you. Watch this fucking shit show. Yeah, no, yeah, he did. Thank you, Sarah. No, he did. He of course disseminated protected materials after he whined and bitched and hollered and cried and put on that whole what do we call it? A bad acting job at the court about protected materials being put on the internet. He was so upset that the protected materials that he sent 75 other people were put on the internet that he needed to just blame Meredith, even though he sent it to everyone and their mother. And yeah, I mean, he can't revoke his bail, but they can hold him in contempt. You know, I agree with you, Beach. I 100% agree with you there. I feel like it's well past due and has been for a really long time. There are other things they could have charged him with, and he could already be sitting in jail. So every other victim, in my opinion, from last year, like middle of this time last year until now, I've squarely put on the shoulders of the DA's office in Norfolk County, who could have arrested him on a slew of other charges and chose not to. It was their responsibility to keep the community safe, and every victim he's made since then is their fucking fault. I said it. And this is why I'm not mainstream media. I fucking said it. Mainstream media isn't going to say something like that. They're not going to say when they think the DA's office is wrong or not doing what they should be doing. They're not going to make commentary on that, right? It's not what mainstream media does. But that's why channels like mine exist, because sorry, not sorry, regardless of what I think in this case or that case, like in this scenario, they fucking fail hardcore. Oh my God, he thinks it's super. You want to know why he thinks a Subaru is following him? Because he is actually paranoid. Now, why, you say? Why, Elise? Why would he be paranoid? Well, he's paranoid because he knows of the voluminous crimes he's committed. And so because he's committed all the voluminous crimes he's committed, he knows eventually they're going to show up to his door to arrest him, eventually. And so imagine living your life peeping out the window, waiting for the cop to show up and arrest you, waiting to be caught on one of the dozens of things that you've, broken the law doing. Wiretapping, blackmail, extortion, just standard day for the sewer turtle, Well, the judge didn't. He actually at one point stopped him and said, Your Honor, like you call me Your Honor. I think the judge saw the disrespect. I think the judge saw the snarky behavior, the ego, and he laughed at him every time he said coercive control, which actually gave me a good chuckle. That the judge saw that every time he said coercive control. Hey, Arlene. And laughed at him, absolutely fucking laughed at him. That was amazing. That was fucking amazing. Hey, Jim. I think that showed everyone that this is what he does. And I think that judge was not playing fuck, right? Not playing fuck with him. He's always raging out, and he's admitted he is on Adderall, right? That's one of the things that when he was being arrested, he told the cop, well, I need my medication. See, the problem with that is jails don't give Adderall. They don't give that. They'll give a different medication, or they will wean you off of it. They do not give Adderall because it's a controlled substance, blah, blah, blah. Listen, I fought for years, and I mean fucking years, to get addiction medications like Suboxone and Methadone given to inmates who were coming in and being taken off of either an opiate, okay, or they were coming in off the street and they were addicted. Bottom line is people shouldn't be left in a cell to die because they're not be given the proper medical care. If you throw an alcoholic in jail and they just stop drinking cold turkey and they've been drinking for years, they can actually seize out, die of dehydration. There are quite a few ways they can die. And essentially what was happening is these people were going into jails and we were giving them, in certain jails, just Tylenol. Here's some Tylenol. And what was happening was people were dying. They were dying. Because what happens when people actually come off a drug or alcohol is they go to a detox facility, a medical facility that gives them medications to detox them correctly, not cold turkey so they can die. And the prisons had a duty. If you own this person, right? They're in your custody. You have a duty to give them proper medical care, which people have never really gotten in jail, and that includes methadone. At the point that they were only giving it to pregnant women, and that is because if a pregnant woman goes into withdrawal or stops medication, now say for instance someone was on Suboxone or methadone on the street, and then they were put in jail on a probation violation for not paying their fines, and they had to sit there for 30 or 60 days on a probation violation, the jail's not going to give them their Suboxone prescribed or their methadone prescribed. Well, at least they weren't back then. Now they, but before, they weren't giving it to them. These people were going into withdrawal and dying. They weren't using on the street. They weren't getting high on the street. They were prescribed a medication like methadone or Suboxone, and they functioned like every other person on planet Earth. And they could have went to jail for a probation violation. Probation violations can go anywhere from whereabouts unknown, which is you not telling them your new address within like 7 or 10 days or something, and them just showing up and you're not there, to you didn't pay the fines on time. You know what I'm saying? Like they can be the stupidest things that people are actually sitting in jail for, nonviolent, like clerical shit. Okay. And people do sit in jail for this shit in the state of Massachusetts, unfortunately. Meanwhile, you have people who are out robbing stores and actually doing shit, and you're letting those people right on out. Make it make sense? I know, believe me. I know how ludicrous it fucking sounds, guys. All right, believe me. But I feel like there's the foundation to be built on is all of the things that he's done for all this time. It's been an ongoing thing, you know. It's an ongoing thing for him, you know. Hello, my darling. Hello, my darling. We're gonna have Donna join us due to her schedule. Maybe tomorrow, maybe Sunday. Up to her, obviously. I'm more than happy to have her on. He can't help himself, and that's the thing. It's because he wants to, and then he wants to cry when the consequences come. That's what happens. He cries when the consequences come. Right? We will all celebrate. No, yeah, it's not going to be more than like a day or two, to be honest. But I really honestly hope that at that point that they give his lawyer a good talking to, and give him some, you know, hey, if this happens again, like this is what's going to happen with you, because we're not going to play this game, you know. Aw, we love you too. We love you too. Cookies? Those sound delicious. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he's been spiraling for 2 years and even longer. When he thinks his consequences are coming, he starts to fucking spiral. You know, that's not a shocker. And I do think that Bradel should be held responsible because he knows exactly what the fuck is going to happen when he hands over those papers to Aidan. A lot of the time, the lawyer does not share with the defendant the papers that they have or are getting for the case. They keep them on their own persons. They talk to you about them, but they don't just hand you a copy of them unless you ask for them and you demand that you want a part of the file. Usually, if you hire a lawyer, that's what you're hiring the lawyer for, to handle all of that, right? To handle all of that. Nope. The lawyers know by handing him over anything, it's going to end up on the internet. They're not fucking stupid. There's a pattern of behavior here, and there's no chance in hell that the judge isn't going to know that's who released it. You know what I mean? And at some point, Justice, they are going to hold him responsible for his client's actions because he represents his client. So he is responsible if he's going to represent him, you know, in that court. Kindness is free, my friend, and I wish people would use it more. Unfortunately, I can't force them to, you know. He does. He watches out the windows, waiting for a cop, you know, the Silverados to pull up, you know. We will. Well, yeah, everyone's following him. He's got air tags. He claims, you know how long he's been claiming that shit? Like, come on. Really? You know? Oh, Lorelai, thank you so much. Lorelai sends $5 and says, glad to see you today. Hope you're feeling better soon. Thank you, Lorelai. I appreciate you, my friend. I do want to say thank you to Laura for that Instacart gift card that she got. I think it was, I got it the day before Easter, because that really helped out for the week, for things that I needed in my house. You know, groceries are fucking expensive now. And, you know, you're going week by week, like most people. I'm going week by week because that's all you can really afford to do is go week by week. So that Instacart gift card was really like helped me last week hardcore. Like, I don't know what I really would have done without it. So I appreciate you. Again, I mean, I know I say thank you to you guys like a million times over, but it's because I feel like there's nothing else I can do to show gratitude. And I feel like that's the way that I can, is by just reminding people that I am grateful, you know? Yeah, the judge definitely agreed it was a toddler chamber. I thought that was funny. Yeah, license plates. You know, he can't find anything else to bitch about. You know, bitch and whine about. Bitch and whine, bitch and whine, bitch and whine. So as far as I know, it wasn't going to be in person. As far as I understand, it wasn't going to be in person because I didn't think they were going back to court. The judge didn't say they had to. So, I mean, that means that the judge would just give an answer. The judge would give an answer, and the parties would find out that way. It makes me anxious a little bit too because he made a statement something like, "Oh, he'd be fine if his was dismissed, but then she couldn't have one either, or that wouldn't be okay." Like, it just goes to show you, like, you're not fucking afraid of anybody. You're using it as a quote tactic. We know what you're doing, and that's exactly what they used to give Beach was Librium and clonidine to alcoholics. Librium and clonidine, and they also give those to opioid addicts if they had options. The opioid addicts had options from the Librium and clonidine, or the methadone. Now some have Suboxone as well. So it depends on what facility you go to, and then it depends on what that facility offers in terms of medications. But that is usually what they give to alcoholics. And so we needed to fight to allow not just methadone and Suboxone, but things like Librium, clonidine to be given to the alcoholics, because they were not giving those medications to people in jail, and people were actually dying because they couldn't hold anything down. All they were doing is puking and pooping, and they were dying. So that took years, and I mean years of fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting to get that into jails. I had to watch people sit there and suffer. That was probably the hardest thing about my job working in a prison, is watching people suffer, knowing exactly what they felt like, and being completely like not able to do anything to help them, but be kind. That was the only thing I had in my, tool belt there, was to be kind and let them know that I understood how they felt and that I wished that I could have changed the rules for them. It's a helpless feeling not being able to help someone who's going through pain. You know what I mean? Like, especially something like that. It's a horrific thing to have to watch. I'll tell you that much. So that's the thing, though. In the state of Massachusetts, if somebody is threatening you, you actually have the right to record them. So it's not even just like he knew, Meredith's attorney is saying he knew he was being recorded, regardless of if he knew or not. If he's threatening her, at that point, she actually does have the right to record him if he's threatening her, Yeah, I'm hoping that maybe we get that later today too, Isles, that maybe we get it today, Absolutely, my friend. And your story, it's different, but not different from all of the other, it's different in its own unique way when it comes to him going after people, but it goes to show what little it needs to take for him to go bonkers. Hello, darling. Hello, darling. Of course he lied on it. He committed perjury quite a few times, and he didn't give a fuck that he did. He knew he was going to. Can you imagine, sitting there and just lying so easily, making everything about your ex so easily? Hello, salt of the earth. That isn't amazing how that shit works, Oh, he got so worked up, but it showed, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, who gave him permission? His attorney? That's, you know what I mean? Like, who gave you permission, considering the judge said that it was everything was impounded? And I would assume that would mean the closings that they were to be giving to the court would be also impounded. Like, that doesn't make any sense for it to not be impounded when the judge very specifically said that everything else would be impounded as well. So his attorney, I'm assuming he probably means if he says someone gave him permission. Nice to see you, Natalie. But he did get worked up. You're 100% right, Sassy. He got so worked up. And the reason he got so worked up is because he knew his kind of lies weren't working. And when he thinks that he's not winning, he gets so angry. When he knows that, like, you got him, like hook, line, and sinker, he gets so fucking angry. And it shows. It shows, Well, I feel like Doherty wasn't given the time to be honest. There's a reason why Jason didn't get up there, and it was time. It was a time constraint. That's why. Because the judge kept saying, oh, well, the 2 hours was 2 hours too long for a 2 on an 8, which I agree with. But I mean, come on, this is what Aidan does. He creates a fucking circus for a 209A. It's a whole fucking trial in itself, which should never really happen. You know, character assassination is and this is why I am a proponent and I am trying to get this change for it to have to be mandatory for every friggin' judge to have Darvo training and training on coercive control and domestic violence and domestic abuse. Because had this judge or any other judge he come across been trained in Darvo, deny, attack, reverse, victim and offender, okay, and what a narcissist and abuser like him does, then they would have saw right through him right away. Right away, they would have known, had they been trained to know. And that's part of the problem for me. You know, that is the part of the problem is I think these judges, and I mean, we're talking about a judge who was like, I don't understand. You just use a camera and people watch you. Like, I'm sorry, dude, this is 2026. How the fuck do we have judges on the stand that don't know how technology works? Like, that's a problem for me. If I have a case that deals with a lot of technology and then we have a judge who knows nothing about it, well, what good does that do anyone? Because at that point, you're speaking to a fucking wall. Anything you say is going in one ear and out the other. So your entire case goes in one ear and out the other. Judge is only going to go on based on the things that he does understand. That's a fucking problem for me. I'm sorry, but there needs to be mandatory education for these judges, and these judges also need to be voted in. No more of this appointing them until they fucking die bullshit. We need to do like other states do and vote them in so that when they're not doing a good job, when they're just doing whatever the fuck they want, they get voted the hell out. That's what we need to do. Enough is enough with judges that don't understand what the fuck is going on, and therefore someone loses a case because the judge doesn't understand, right? Any judge trained in Darvo and this kind of narcissistic manipulation to the victim, changing the victim and offender role, claiming that they're the victim and the other person is the offender when they're fighting back, that is classic Darvo, and if they were trained, they would have immediately known. They would have immediately fucking known, you know? I was like, is this for real life? When he said that, Donna, I was like, is this real life? Did you just say that? Like, this is 2026. I do think at the end he sort of caught on throughout the middle to the end, Sassy, but I would like judges to know right away, right? The Silverados are pulling up. Now he's worried about the white Subarus. He thinks they're using undercover cars to come get him, guys. Oh, I fucking can't. I mean, Cosgrove is going to have a field day, that's for sure, you know? Of course he was probably insinuating it was Meredith. Who else would he be? You know what I mean? Like, who else is he going to claim it is? You know what I mean? One of the other thousands of people that he has harassed, defamed, lied about, you know? Oh, he released materials that were impounded by the judge the other day already because he can't help himself, you know? I don't know. I'm hoping today, Leah. I'm hoping that he does today. I'm hoping that we get some sort of decision on it today. That's what I would hope and pray for, to be honest. Because I think Meredith deserves a fucking answer on this, and I think he deserves to go fuck himself. But you know, that's just my opinion. Yeah, he absolutely is. He's fucking insane, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, absolutely fucking bonkers. Oh, of course, he wants to do everything and anything for her to not get the order. That's what he wants. You know, that's what he fucking wants. Of course, he'll say, I can't control the actions of my client. There's just no excuse anymore for Bradel. I'm sorry, but if he doesn't have 5 new BBO complaints, I'd be fucking shocked. You know? So the judge didn't say, that's the thing. The judge didn't say, like, we'll reconvene on Friday. He said, I'll give a decision by Friday. So to me, and to, you know, anybody who's worked in the legal field, what that means is check your emails from the court or check the docket online, the portal, and I will give my written decision before Friday. So I don't think they're going back into court, because if they were going back into court, I think the judge would have waited and let them do their closings when you go back into court. So I suspect it just means he's going to make the decision between today and tomorrow. You know, they gave in their 5 pages yesterday, and so I don't see why he couldn't decide today, you know. To be honest, he could have watched all the evidence in the last 2 days waiting for the closing, and then read the closings and then made a decision today, you know? The judge was, you know, he was very, very animated. you know? Court usually starts at like 9:30 in the morning, but it depends on where and when. He was funny, but at the same time, I also think he didn't understand. Shh, I'm not supposed to tell everybody when your birthday is, girl. Listen, that was going to be a secret until I said happy birthday. Damn you. Also, your birthday presents are delayed, so just know that they will not be coming on your birthday this year. I try to get them there early every year. I try to get them like to you like before your birthday, just so they're not late. But you know, some things are beyond my fucking control. Yes, the judge did know that he said he used it as a tactic, and they played that clip. He played the clip where he was like, then Aidan tried to claim like, that's not what I meant. It's like, what else would you mean? What else would you mean? What the fuck else would you mean? It's just a tactic. He tried to claim that's not what he meant because that's what he always does. Oh, that's not what I actually meant. Well, what did you mean, sir? Like, what did you mean? You know? Girl, listen, you're preaching to the choir here, my friend. I also was on the medication for quite a long time. And it did the same to me. So I fucking feel you on that. And teeth are a lot of money. Like if I win the lottery, the first thing I'm doing are my teeth, all of them. And I have a lot from domestic violence that were cracked here on the sides and in the back from my abuser because he was very physical. And on the bottom from like here to like here, there are a couple. So from like here on the side to like here, I have a cracked one here, a cracked one here, a chipped one here, a chipped one here, a chipped one here, a cracked one here, from my abuser. Never mind what the medications do to your fucking teeth. You know, they do a number on them. Hi, Mitzi. Yes, it is a happy early birthday. But I was going to do a whole singing a song. Happy, bitch, by ruining my ideas. All right. Oh my God, what a sad sack of shit. Trying to figure out the license plate on a car because you're fucking, oh, I can't, because you're paranoid as a motherfucker. I wonder what kind of popcorn maker the judge has in his office. If I'm the judge, I probably went out, bought a popcorn maker, and just made a lot of popcorn while I was going over all the files. Imagine spending over $7,000 just to prove that you are, in fact, the State Street Mayor account. And I'll have a lot more to say about that after the judge makes his decision. But boy, oh boy, are you guys going to get a good laugh out of all that shit when it comes out. He can charge him with contempt, yeah, if he chooses to, you know. I fucking can't. Perjured over an iPhone 13. You know what's so funny about that is, for the king of perjury, he should probably shut his actual mouth. Just saying. It was dumb, but he's dumb, so Brado's part of the sewer crew, you know? Just part of the fucking sewer crew. You know? Yeah, he has gotten away with it for years and his unstable ass behavior. And like you said, Donna, the list of victims is fucking endless. You know? Endless. It's disgusting. You know? Oh, he's absolutely, listen, Jason's affidavit is in there. Jason's communications with Aidan are in there. Like that alone, never mind the voluminous amount of other things that Meredith gave to the judge, like that alone sinks his battleship. End of story. Then the over $7,000 of other people's money that he spent to hire a quote forensic expert who is not an expert in anything. It's very clear. All the person did was literally, in fact, prove that Aidan, in fact, was the State Street Mayor account, which we already proved, but he just doubled proved it. And Aidan he was so stupid to realize that that's what it fucking said. And so was his attorney. So, like dumbasses, they also gave that to the court. So good job, dummies. Thank you for proving you're a fucking loser and a liar. And I think I would note that the judge saying, oh, yeah, I know. Well, that's what he does, you know. No, what I'm saying is they don't give Adderall in jail. They give a different medication. So they wean you off of Adderall and they put you on something else. What I believe is that everybody should get proper medical care. So there should be medications, even if they're controlled substances, that people can have. It doesn't, if you're prescribed something, it doesn't have the same effect if you're given something else because the jail just doesn't want to give it to you because it's a, you know, controlled substance. Well, that's not your fault or your problem that you're prescribed that medication and that medication is a, you know, whatever. But in my opinion, I don't think Aidan even fucking needs Adderall, to be honest with you. By the way that he misuses, in my opinion, his Adderall, I don't think he needs it. I think he needs is a fucking therapist. But if he did, in fact, need it, if I thought that he took it as prescribed and he and did need it, then yes, I do think that he should be allowed access to it. Unfortunately, that's not the case here, and he's not going to have access to it because I can't change the rules. It'd take another goddamn 10 years to change the rules in that aspect, and I am not in that fight anymore. My main goal was to get in the detox medications, and I spent years and years and years fighting for that. And that is now done. So I moved on to other things after that. I'm sure there's someone else who's going to be fighting for all of the medications to be allowed within reason. But I don't think he uses it as prescribed, and I honestly don't think he fucking needs it. I think he needs a goddamn therapist. That's what the fuck I think he needs. He needs to take several seats and maybe get a straitjacket, you know? B-Dame, you know, I've thought about it, but I'll tell you this much. Meredith doesn't want you to respond to these idiots, okay? She would prefer that no one have to deal with the backlash of those idiots. I promise you. The support for him, it always blows my mind that people have to be that fucking stupid. But it's their money. If they want to flush their money down a drain, supporting a man who will turn on them just as fucking fast and lie about them just as fast, so be it. Because eventually those people come running to me or someone else to help them when they realize that he will just lie about them too. If they breathe the wrong way and he takes offense to it, well, it's coming for you too. Then they realize, and only then do they realize, that he is just an oxygen thief of us good people, and he's a piece of human garbage. And so sometimes it takes it happening to them or someone they care about for them to realize that he's a piece of fucking shit. And that's unfortunate, you know? It's unfucking fortunate, in my opinion. It really, really is. He not only created this mess, but can you imagine anyone else making a defense fund and then paying $200,000 cash down for a house? He would write blogs about them. He would call them a scammer and a liar and a grifter. He would call them every name in the book and say they were a fraud and a con woman or a con man. Because how could you put $200,000 down cash on a home if you needed, quote, defense fund money and all these fundraisers? If you could just pay for it yourself. So again, the rules apply to him when he wants them to apply to him, and they don't apply to him when he doesn't want them to apply to him. That's how it works. Is I can do the same thing he does. In turn, actually, I work for YouTube, right? For myself. This is what I do. He works for YouTube for himself, but he calls anybody else who works for YouTube unemployed. Sir, you were fired and walked out of a high school in 2014 by the cops, sir. Okay? Like, is that where we're going to go with this? Like, most of us had careers. I worked in a prison, right? I physically can't do the job anymore with all of my health issues now. But the bottom line is I didn't get walked out of my my job by the police because I'm a fucking lunatic. You know, that was him. And so I love when he calls other people unemployed for doing the same work that he does. So you do YouTube and you're employed, Aidan, but everyone else who does YouTube is unemployed. It's just amazing to me the lack of self-awareness he has. He doesn't even realize he's calling himself unemployed. It's like, what is his next excuse going to be? Like, oh, you have to have over so many followers or make, you know, a certain amount of money or it's not a job. Like, that's just nonsense, obviously. But that's how far he's willing to go to make excuses for himself, you know? That's all the man does is lie. That's all he fucking does is lie. Oh, I heard no's. I absolutely heard no's. That's what I heard. And it's not the first time he would have said something like that, you know? I think he probably planned that ahead of time, but I do think that the judge saw right through her. As you guys could see, I don't think the judge was too impressed with Jess Machado, Ethel Machado, you know? Yeah, I think he sounded him out quickly, you know? A lot of those people are as nasty as him, but you also have to remember these people think that they belong somewhere. They've been looking for somewhere to belong for so long. They think that's where they belong. The problem with that is, I can tell you, that's not a place that you want to belong, right? That's a fucking cult. And every single person who has made their way out of it has said to me, Elise, I know that I might have had some choice words for you when you said it was a cult. And I said, no, it's not. No, it's not. But they have all, and I mean all, admitted to me later on when they have gotten out of it that I was right. It's a fucking cult. You can't do anything he doesn't like. You can't say anything. You'll be threatened. Jason got threatened. Jen Altman got threatened. They were both threatened that if they didn't publicly admonish Meredith, he was going to send his cult after them. You can bet your ass that's probably in his statement to the court, Jason's statement to the court. You know, yeah, I 100% like that's something that I've talked to my mayor about. I'm friendly with my mayor. And it's something that I've talked to some of the representatives about in the, Beacon Hill that I have worked with over the years on different issues, including the one for the medication in prisons. I've worked with them on various issues, homelessness, like a bunch of different things. And so I, have been working with them on hopefully making a bill of some sort that there needs to be some mandatory education for these judges, because it's just not acceptable in 2026 at all. It's just not, Well, that's the thing. He's whispering it, and he's whispering it on purpose. They'll remember that. He's doing that on purpose. Bradel, I don't think Bradel is a very good attorney. I think he's a good gaslighter and a good liar and a good narrative speaker, but that's about it. You know what I mean? But he does put his client in a position to lie to the court. Also, he tells on his client, and then Aidan has to go back and lie some more, because on Aidan's show, he kept claiming, of course, that Meredith stole the extraction. Bradel got right up there and was like, yep, I know he gave it to you, but you were on his legal team, or you were helping him with legal stuff, so you're still bad for that. Like, and that's when the judge was like, you keep saying privileged materials as if she did something wrong. They're not privileged to her. He shared them with her. And Bradel's like, but, Your Honor, but he shared them when they were getting along. And the judge was like, so what? He still shared them. That's his problem, not her problem. His actions, not hers. He's the one with the privilege. Like, fuck off. Like, get the fuck out of here. I mean, that's what he does, though. I called that. Just so we're clear here, I called that forever ago. Probably close to a year and a half ago, I said he would eventually turn on Karen, as he has done to everyone. And I was right. Shocker. Oh, every time he said coercive control, the judge chuckled and laughed at him. So I think he's definitely well aware of what he's fucking dealing with, Well, that's the other thing is, that's worked for him for so long, Sappy. If he talks the loudest and screams the loudest and, says it over and over and over, it's brainwashing. It's a brainwashing technique. If he says it enough, he gets enough other people to parrot it and repeat it, then it must be true. That's what other people automatically assume. They automatically assume if all of these people are saying it, then it must be true, right? No, wrong. Wrong. Perhaps you should be listening for the ice cream truck. Imagine they roll up in the ice cream truck to arrest him. That would be the fucking funniest shit on planet Earth, you guys. If they rolled up in a goddamn ice cream truck. Sorry. All right. No, he doesn't have friends. He doesn't. He has one, actually. He has one friend that was sort of a friend, but doesn't get involved in his stuff because he can't defend him. So it's like, what? You know what I mean? It's crazy to me. But that's the other thing is he has to tell the entire world everything he does, which is obviously not smart, He did not do a closing in 9 font. Shut the fuck up. Oh, God, he said the font should be at 10. His writer said 11, but it's 12. He said the judge can zoom in since he has it limited to 5 pages. See, if you were paying attention in any of that hearing, you would have noticed that the judge was not happy with really small print, right? That was one of the first things the judge complained about was too small of print. So that's definitely going to be a fucking fail, dumbass. But, no, Bradel has no ethics. I mean, he lost those well before Aidan, though. He just lost even more, Yeah, I hope the judge does too and says, this is fucking crap. I already told you guys, the small font ain't going to work, I can't. Hope the guy in the white Subaru does take him to the fucking funny farm. That's where he belongs. You know? Can't see Natalie's comments. Sometimes that fucking happens. Sometimes that happens, and it's not like your fault or her fault. Sometimes it just does it. I've had it happen to other people. Hey, LTG. I wonder how bad would it hit. Maybe with a sigh. Probably with a sigh. Maybe a hair flip. You know? No, the judge was not born yesterday. Yeah, as a mod, you should be able to, you can still see everyone, but she's here. Yours is a whole nother fucking story. Yours was like a whole nother story because it was from like a third party vendor and not like stuff that I usually get her stuff from. Because yours was customized. That's fucking why. Yours is a pain in the motherfucking ass. In the motherfucking ass. Aww. Jeez, that's a lot, even for cats, you know, like what they want for for cats, for animals is fucking bonkers, you know? I do think the judge understood. His ego 100% will be his downfall, you know? Always wiser. Always wiser. She's like me. If she's not learning, you're stagnant, you know? Stagnant. It's amazing, isn't it? You also have to remember that a lot of these people have no fucking idea what's supposed to happen in a court, how it's supposed to happen, what's allowed, what's not allowed. So you have a bunch of idiots parroting the dumb talking points that he makes that are not actually relevant to a court case. He complains about things that would never happen in a court case, things that are not allowed to happen in a court case. Why this, and this wasn't let in because they're completely irrelevant to the fucking case itself, right? And he has these idiots just repeating things that have nothing to do with anything and have no real basis in reality when it comes to a fucking case. And so that's why, you know what I mean? That's why they say the same court feed and interpret it 360 also, because they have to make their brains do mental gymnastics. Everything, and I mean everything, is a win to them. When he loses miserably, he has then still, quote, won. That's what they turn it into. If you have to turn something into a win that was never a win to begin with, the mental gymnastics you have to do that is fucking bonkers, you know? 7-10, dude. I thought it was 2 weeks, they said. That's crazy, dude. I don't think the judge, if I were you, I would call the court and tell the court the judge said 2 weeks. And the judge was not happy that'll be just a few months shy of a year. I can't imagine the judge is going to be super happy about that. Like, I would call the court back and be like, listen, the judge said 2 weeks. And he was very strict. 2 weeks, not 3 months, 2 weeks. You know what I mean? Well, no, it's not the trial on the 14th. It's the motion on the 14th. It's not the trial. The trial isn't scheduled until the winter time. But I do think that judge is going to move that up. Judy and Purple a couple, I wonder. It's a good fucking question. That's a good question. 7-16. See, that's even worse. The fuck? Well, you could do what's called a supplemental. You know, you could supplement your affidavit so she can file a supplemental with more information if she needs to. Her birthday's tomorrow, but you can say happy birthday in case you're not here tomorrow. All 5 of these writers. I mean, that's about as many people as show up for him, you know? Well, that's half of the problem is the judge doesn't give a shit about the third party, this and that. Like, he didn't give a shit about Jess Machado, fucking Purple, Ray from Dallas, like, and it was very clear to me that the judge understood that he does, in fact, command third parties. That's why the judge was like, okay, so she's here with him. And Brady's like, oh, she's a journalist, Your Honor, a journalist. And he's like, yeah, that's great and wonderful and good and all. Sure. She can call herself a journalist all she wants. What he meant, in my opinion, was she can call herself a journalist until the fucking cows come home. She was doing this for him. It is very, very clear. That was before he found out Jess called State Street, right? Now, after the judge finds out that she called State Street, now he's really not fucking happy about it. Like, now he's really not happy about Aidan just denying that he doesn't, run these third parties. Like, you can't have it both ways. And in the messages, Aidan tells Meredith and Jason that he'll have these people do X, Y, and Z if they don't comply, right? And so proving that he in fact does, does control third parties and what they do, right? Why else would the impounded information end up out by a third party or Aidan himself under a fake account, of course, Me too, girl, me too. Me freaking too. About to be the dirty 40 this year. Don't remind me, all right? It's entering a new era. Judge Mojo. He's got to keep the mojo going, he said. Oh, that sounds like so much fun. I'm not gonna lie. I am super jealous. Sounds like a fucking great day on a boat, on the lake. Oh, that sounds like an amazing day. I say less than 9 months. Usually it's around the 3 to 6 month mark when these women figure out that he's a lunatic and a gaslighter and a manipulator. But they often stay around longer than they want to because they realize that he is going to powder keg blow up. So they have to figure out a way to get away from him and out of it before he does what he's doing right now. Yeah, I mean, see, that's the thing is they have to get your records, and even then, they don't want to give certain medications, and that's just shitty, Like if someone's prescribed something and you giving it, that's their medication, It's weird, ridiculous, ridiculous. But I don't think she'll last long, Isles. I'll tell you that much. I honestly don't think she will last very long. It is weird that and that's the part that really gets me salt of the earth, is it's so weird to be so spellbound by someone that you believe every lie he tells and then you defend every lie he tells, even when there's ample proof that he's fucking lying. That's the part that gets me. And you can ask anyone in here who has spoken with me personally, including Benny, including Donna, like I will have a conversation with anyone, with any of you. Like I'm just a regular person, like all of you. I am just a regular human being. There's nothing special about me other than I'm just a human, just like you. Like that's it. So I don't understand this whole like bowing down to YouTubers thing either. Like I'm just a normal person, just like all of you. Not everyone is gonna love me. Not everyone is gonna hate me. Like it is what it is. But I am just a regular, everyday human being, just like everyone else. It's fucking weird to me the shit people will do to try to get in the inner circle of a YouTuber. And believe me, I've dealt with it firsthand myself. It's weird. It's weird as fuck. Okay. You have to be very careful on who you allow into your quote inner circle and what are the reasons that they want to be there. Because you'll often find some really crazy people try to enter that realm. And I have no problem having a conversation with anyone. I would get on the phone with anyone. With literally anyone. I am not a person who's like, oh, I'm a YouTuber, I'm better than everyone, I can't engage with my audience, they can email me and that's it. Like, nope, that's not me. I will absolutely get on the phone with anyone. I could not be myself, and I'm very much a people person, so I like people. So I can't just magically not be myself because I'm a YouTuber. You know what I mean? I feel like he's been looking rough for quite some time. To me, it's a no-brainer that I feel like she is, but you just never know in the state of Massachusetts what these judges are going to fucking do. They've done some things before that I'm like, who in the actual fuck would ever do that? If this was another state, that would never happen. So, of course, oh, they don't care now? It's so ridiculous. It's like, okay, it's one thing if they're donating to his channel to not care where that money goes because you're choosing to donate to the channel, it's going to support the YouTuber, whether it's equipment, whether it's paying costs, whether it's then paying their bills. Like where that money essentially is going to them, right? But to set up a defense fund, and then put $200,000 down on a fucking house when you've asked for over 400,000. Now he's upped it to 500,000. By the way, it started at 100,000, and the cap was at 100,000. And every time it went over, it was getting close. He would up it, and he's upped it again to 500,000. So I'm sorry, but why don't you take that 200,000 you put down on a house and put it towards your defense fund? Asking anybody for money for a defense fund after putting $200,000 cash down on a house reeks of being a fucking con man. It is one thing to say you don't care about the money you donate to the channel itself and where it goes. That makes sense because when you're donating, like my grandparents taught me, like if you're going to do something for someone, including donate to their channel or support their channel, don't do it if you expect that they're going to do with the money what you want them to do, or that they have to use it for X, Y, and Z. Like, because then you're not giving from the heart, you're giving with with things attached to it, right? And that's not the right way to do it. So if you're going to do like that, then don't give it all, because it's not the right way. If you're giving and you're giving from your heart, it doesn't matter what they use it for. You know that what you did it for was coming from here. And that's all that matters. That's all that matters, right? And so I understand that part, but his followers saying they don't care where the money donated, like to his defense fund goes, is fucking bonkers to me, because I am sure, and that many people do. I've heard from a lot of them who no longer support him, who are like, I'd like a fucking refund at this point, because I was duped. After he put that $200,000 down on the house, some people were really upset. People were really upset. Oh, he's definitely aging excessively. You need some Botox, Leah. You're going to have to give him the name of your Botox doctor. His rules are always for thee, but not for me. That's how he operates. It's how he's operated for a very long time, you know? Well, I mean, that's pretty much it. He was walked out by the Dudley PD from the high school teaching job he had. They walked him right out the door. And you know what's the funniest part is he admits to that. So it's like he admits to that, but he still lies about he, quote, quit. So like he always takes pieces of things and twists them. It's like, bro, I'm sorry, but no teacher I know who has quit does the school call and ask the police to remove them from the premises. Usually they quit and they just leave, right? They don't have a cops come to remove you from the premises. The cops come to remove you from the premises when you're fired and they have concerns, in which they did with him, using the district's computers and whatnot to post as Turtleboy. And some of the shit that he was posting was fucking vile and disgusting, and they wanted no part of it, you know? That's interesting, right? Federal laying low. We are going to need a bigger chat room. It's interesting, isn't it? He has no choice. He's so short. So the State Street Twitter, it's called State Street Mirror, okay? And the Twitter itself was solely meant to tag State Street and talk about how horrible Meredith is. That's all it was intended to do. That's why it was called State Street Mirror. It was simply to tag her job and just talk shit about her. That's it. That's all it was meant to do, was sit there and talk shit about her constantly and all the time. And ultimately, that is what led to her being fired, was them saying, hey, we can't do this. We can't keep being tagged like this. It's going to, damage our reputation as a company with people, even if they're just making shit up, like they keep tagging us. We can't keep doing this with them tagging. And so that was the problem, is that they were constantly tagging State Street, and he was telling people to, tag State Street. And so that was the problem. Like, that was ultimately the fucking problem. It had nothing to do with her performance at work. She was specifically, and I believe Jason was there when she got the termination call, and it's in his affidavit, can attest to what they told her on the phone, which was, it had nothing to do with her work related. It was reputational harm, which I don't think that they understand. You can be sued for that. As a company, you can be sued for illegal, even if it's a right to work state, you can be sued for illegal termination. You cannot terminate someone because you think that someone's dealing with coercive control and an abuser was using social media to smear. If the company was aware of her dealing with an abuser like Aidan, which I can tell you with 100% certainty they were fully aware of what she was dealing with, you are supposed to then give your employee resources to help them dealing with any sort of domestic situation. You're not supposed to fire them while they're dealing with a domestic situation. So that you could be sued for discrimination. You could be sued for illegal termination. There is a multitude of things that you could sue your old job for. And if I'm her, I'm fucking doing that. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. No, Beto not on this case, but he's very loud, when it comes to social media, even though he tells everybody it's not real life, Hope that answers your question, Sarah. Jess M gave her money stats for half this month based on her views and ads, and she does week, and he does 2 to 3 times at least as much, yet cries about needing money. It's crazy people don't see it. That's amazing to me, because someone told me, she said she made like $4,000 this month. I don't make anywhere near that. I'm lucky if I make a couple $100 a month, You know what I mean? Like, again, I don't have 10 or 20,000 subscribers. Maybe if I did and I had people, you know, super chatting and donating more, like, then that would be the case. But I don't, you know what I mean? Like, that's nowhere near. So it's like the fact that she even complains about anything at this point, if you're making that kind of money, shut the actual fuck up. It's crazy to me. Like, that's probably just what she's making on YouTube. What about the direct donations? You know what I mean? Like, it's amazing to me the shit that she cries about need. I don't want to hear about her needing money, dude. Okay, like, sorry, not sorry, but like, out of any of the influencers, including the fucking sewer crew ones, like, I'm probably the most in need of all of them, right? Like, I am not getting any quote help from the government or anywhere else for that matter. My paycheck comes from all of you, literally. So if I don't make donations on this stream, I make nothing. That's how that works. Okay. So I love when these people bitch and whine about money that they're making when they're making enough to survive. Like, if I make $4,000 a month on my YouTube, that would be enough for me to be surviving. I don't need to make so much that I am overflowing. I just need to survive. Right? That's it. That's all I need to do. I don't need to be greedy. But at the same time, I'm not willing to compromise what I believe to be right, to lie to my audience, to not engage with them, to force them to super chat and super sticker because I'm not engaging with them specifically. Like, I'm not fucking doing it. I refuse. I'm not doing it. I'm not. And if that means that my channel grows slower or I don't make as much money, then so fucking be it. But I flat out refuse to employ the tactics that those people use to make money. I also didn't start my channel and then immediately have 8,000 followers because I got them from a sewer turtle cult. That's not building your shit brick by brick. That's being given it because you pandered to a lunatic, right? So never mind the fact that she gave her entire address out to the entire internet, phone number out to the entire internet. It's like, no, thank you. Just so people could send her, you know, boxes. I am sure that if I gave my address out to people, that people would be more than happy to send me unboxing boxes of personalized things, which I would love even more because it's personalized, right? Like, it's someone made it for you with things that they might have bought at different stores and they shipped it all together, or things that they already had that they knew you would love and they've never used, or maybe they used once. Like, whatever the case may be, it's personalized. They put it together, right? And I would love nothing more than that. I thought about a P.O. box. I looked into that. That would be way too much money. For some reason, it goes by zone, and the P.O. boxes here in Massachusetts are astronomically high per month, and I mean hundreds of dollars a month. I don't have that kind of money to spend. Maybe one day I will, and one day I'll get a P.O. box. So what happens is I share my address with very little people. I might make a relationship with someone, and once I trust them, then I happily will share. But I keep that circle semi-small because I don't need a cult showing up to my house as they have before and scaring my fucking children. When I lived in my old apartment, these people would send things to my house, show up to my house, like the most vile of vile. Like, they're just fucking lunatics. Like, the shit I've been through dealing with these people is like cuckoo crazy shit that none of you or me would ever dream of doing, because it's not fucking normal behavior. You know what I mean? It's not fucking normal behavior. It's insane to me. It is definitely overly involved. And this is why I tell you guys, like, I don't expect any of you to get on social media and defend me. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need to start fighting with cult members who have no idea what they're talking about. None of them know me, right? Even there was one that kept claiming they knew me, and that they knew my quote family or my best friends, and I laughed my ass off, because if you knew my life, you would know that that's not true. So it's like, even the people who lie and try to pretend that they quote know me, like crazy Courtney Healy, don't even know my children's names, or how many children I have, or how long I've been married, or where I lived, or what car I used to drive. Like, they don't know a fucking thing about me, right? Not a fucking actual real thing about me. It's amazing to me the shit these people are willing to do or say for people to believe them, right? And so a lot of the times they'll lie and say, look, oh, I know that person, or I know that person's family. They're this, and this, when in fact they're just lying so people will believe them. It's like not normal. Like, not fucking normal. Jess was impressed with Jess. Yes, we call her Ethel here, Ethel Machado. And that's because she's so upset about box trucks on personal land and the guy's, business being put on the side of his box truck, which is called advertisement, Jess. But she thinks that the city shouldn't allow him to because she doesn't want to look at it. And we rightly pointed out here that nobody wants to look at her fucking face. So what do we do about that, right? Should you not be allowed to walk in and out of your home, Judge Machado? I'm sure that your fucking entire block, including your neighbors, can't fucking stand you, right? I don't want to look at your face either, all right? but yet they have to watch you get out of your car every morning with your 72 coffees and 5 bagels and bitching and whining on a live stream, you know? So fuck it, right? The box truck should be the least of your worries about a guy who she said was in the neighborhood. The guy lives way down, like, you have to go like off 3 streets to go find. So she drives past this guy's house for no real reason, basically harassing a poor guy who has a box truck on his own personal driveway with his business name on the side, and she takes problem with that. So we call her Ethel because she's one of those neighbors that look out the fucking window and are like, Fred, look at what the neighbors are doing, Fred. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Ethel. You know? Well, it wasn't that, Lorelai. It was the judge saying in the beginning that he didn't understand cameras and pressing the button and people watching and how that worked. That was what made me think he doesn't understand it. I think he understood what Aidan did. I think he understood the rest of it, if that makes sense. After he got going with understanding some of it, I think he understood basically the whole concept. But I do think they should be trained in knowing some of the stuff, you know? I mean, can you imagine spending hours creating dummy accounts, sock accounts? Like, never in my life would I spend any amount of time, not 5 minutes, not 3 minutes, not 4 minutes, making a fake account so that that fake account can be blocked or banned in 3 to 5 minutes or seconds, to then go make another one. Or to make 10 fake stock accounts. And then when one gets blocked or banned, use the other and use the next and use the next. I'm sorry. No, I say things with my chest. I say things from my own fucking name, from my own channel, because I want people to know I fucking said it. I don't need to hide behind a fake account to do it. If you don't want to say something, it's because you're too cowardly to say it with your own fucking name. Maybe, just maybe, you shouldn't be harassing people and lying and defaming people, and you wouldn't be so worried about putting your name out there. Now, there are people who use social media, like I'm sure some of you do, because their jobs have strict rules on what they can talk about or they can't. Maybe they want to talk about politics or religion or something that their job poo-poos on, and they work maybe for the government or a school, and I can understand that. That stuff makes sense on why you don't want your name on your account. That makes perfect sense. But when you're someone like me or Aidan, why is he running hundreds of fake accounts? He has a spreadsheet of his fake accounts. Why do you need to run 25 or 30 fake accounts, bro, at once? I mean, why? Say it in your own fucking name, you coward. You're already a social media presence. Say it with your fucking chest, Aidan. You pussy, right? It's people like him in those circumstances. Why is Erica making fake accounts? Why are you making fake accounts, Erica? You can't say it with your fucking chest? You can't say it with your own fucking name? You gotta be a coward, Erica? Like, come on, dude. Come the fuck on. Hello, Marsha. Marsha. And I have to say it every time. Because he has nothing to do with this time, Kath. Unfortunately, he is a miserable, lonely prick. And he doesn't have real friends. And his family wants nothing to do with Turtleboy. So that's all he has to do all day is spend fucking 19 to 20 hours a day trolling online. You know, no update yet. I've been waiting for it. As soon as I get any update, and I know you guys will know, I promise. I promise you guys will be the first people to know. Yeah, the judge did say that. Like, he dumped them on her, those documents. Like, they're not privileged to her. Oh, I'm sure he does, because Karen Reed's not helping him anymore, right? She's not asking for crowds of people to come out to his court dates, which is ultimately what he wanted. He wants crowds like Karen had. And, you know, he thinks he did that. He didn't do that. Those people don't want to come out for you. They don't fucking like you. That's the other thing. I would hope that he didn't write his own closing statement, because why'd you hire an attorney and pay him money if you wrote your own closing statement? Also, you know what? Let him write his own closing statement, because it'll sound stupid as fuck. He's going to say a bunch of random shit that has absolutely nothing to do with the 209A, so I say let him write it. You know what I mean? Right. You pay a lawyer to do it. Like, hello. I am the job. Yeah. Okay. No, he is the fucking King Ratchet. Saw that happening with the ice cream truck. That would be awesome. They arrested him in an ice cream truck. Bingo, Lorelai. All he cares about is himself. I feel like he'll give Meredith her 209A, but that's my inkling based on what the judge said that day, you know? I did not watch it. I'll have to watch it now that you said it's there, and then report back to you guys, because I did not. Is this recent? Not old, like she did one recently? You have to tell me, because I don't know. No, I don't think. Yeah, he could write coercive control a million times, and the judge's going to laugh every time he says it. So well, for instance, I'll say that some of Meredith's witnesses already did. They already wrote affidavits, which is them testifying under pains and penalties of perjury, that of what happened, and they brought evidence as well. So all of that was given to the court in a thumb drive. So the judge has Chris's affidavit from Australia, and then Jason's affidavit, and Meredith's other witnesses. All of that stuff is in affidavits that the judge has in evidence. So they already did basically in writing, right? As a parody video for your birthday. She pops in here or there on our show. We've done the Jimmy parody that we did here. Well, I should say she did here. My part in that was just letting her up to do it. Yeah, they are self-explanatory. Agreed. I can't either, Donna. This is why I have been speaking up for a long time. Is I can't just sit back and let him keep destroying people's lives and say nothing. Oh yeah, he has no self-control even for a few days. So I hope the judge does hold him in contempt. I'll tell you that the judge knows. No, Deanna and Dina are two different people. Two separate, different people. Ugh, it is off-putting, and if you do know, you should know right away when they're doing it, From Dollar Tree, yeah, I can't with Melanie Little. All she does is simp for Aidan, and it's really disgusting and sad. July 16th is so far away. Ugh, I can't. I just can't, It actually, you're right, it does have more time for your witnesses to come. That's very true. I told you, if you need me, I'll happily write an affidavit. And I think Ashley said she would go, for you. You guys have to remember, there are two other people who he had fake charges put on, Kylie Kirkpatrick and Ashley St. Angelo. And both of those people had to deal with court for years and ultimately had their cases thrown out because they were fabricated, made up lies by Aidan. But these people were arrested. They lost their jobs. Their lives were destroyed in the meantime, all to deal with false charges from a fucking blogger because they spoke up about him writing false stories about them. Stories he was paid money to write from people who had a grudge or just doesn't or don't like you, right? Imagine your ex-boyfriend, and everyone has one, or an ex-girlfriend, paying that loser money to write a hit piece on you, of which none of it is true. Aidan's just writing down whatever this person says. So if this person sits there and lies, well, that's all it's going to be is lies, right? Imagine that happening and then you getting arrested on false fake charges that he manufactured, that Aidan helped manufacture, and your life being destroyed because of it. This is not something he's done once, twice, or even a few times. This is something he has done a lot to a lot of people. And lucky for Ashley and lucky for Kylie, their cases were dismissed, but it took a long time. And in the meantime, they had to suffer consequences for something they didn't do, something they never asked for, Never asked for. Oh, absolutely. It is confessions. It's full confessions is exactly what his book is. You know what I mean? It's gross. No, he can't pivot. I'll tell you, he cannot pivot, Oh yeah, if she gets one and he doesn't, he'll have a fucking meltdown. Absolutely. You are like my surrogate mom. I love it. I love surrogate moms. I can have all of you as my surrogate moms if you're old enough. Not every kid has a mom that they're close to and they like doing stuff with. Like I would love to have that, I miss my dad so much. I wish that I could, have my dad back, unfortunately. And, he's up there watching out for me. But I think about all the things that we could have done together if he was still here. And you miss out on that, you miss out on it. Well, that's exactly it, Kathy. He's a legend in his own mind. You know what I mean? I can only imagine the judge's cheeks were probably turning pink looking at this shit. So much fun. I am in on that. I am in. I've actually never been to Atlantic City. My husband has, but I haven't. I have not. Oh, probably. He's crowing about a lot of different things. He was crowing yesterday about, I still have a movie and a documentary and things coming up and 200,000 people who like me. That's what he literally said. And I'm like, he cares about those numbers. Those are the things that he cares about. If all of a sudden his followers realized he was the human piece of shit that he was and his numbers dropped off a cliff, he would have a fucking heart attack. I would love to have like a meet and greet somewhere where everyone could go, you know, but you guys live all over the country, all over different countries, all over the place. We're scattered, you know, scattered. I feel like Jersey or New York is probably a good place though for like at least the New England people because it's kind of central, you know, right? I feel that, New Hampshire. I fucking feel that adulting is hard enough on its own. You know what I mean? On its own. Oh, that sounds fun. See, that's on my bucket list. I've not been on a cruise yet. That's on my bucket list of things to do is go on a cruise. It's like the only thing that I haven't done, like vacations. Like I've done camping, I've done Airbnbs, I've done hotels. I've never gone on a cruise, you know? Well, that's the problem is a lot of his followers are people who thought they found some, you know, acceptance. And it's unfortunate because they could find acceptance in places that are less toxic. Places that are way less toxic. You know what I mean? Yeah, a lot of people do. You know what I mean? Like that's, I mean, to be able to lie as easily as he does is practiced. Hello, Lisa and Cannoli. It's practiced, you know? As a matter of fact, speaking of, Lisa just reminded me just by being here. You reminded me just by being here, darling. Let me find it. Hold on. Where is it? I'm just looking it up. Where'd it go? Okay. Let me show you guys real quick. So I forgot to do this the other day and I said I would and I didn't. But this is what I did with my snack cart. Okay. This is what we did with it. Filled it up with crackers. And so if it wasn't for my old neighbor who still goes to BJ's and brings snacks over for my little, it was like a thing that they did. My neighbor would get snacks for my kids and then the kids who lived next door to her. So we lived across and then there's other kids that live next door that we're also friends with. And so those people, you know, we were a great community. So when I moved from the old place, it's just down the street, but she still brings snacks over for my kids. And so that's like the constant in my house, at least, is their school snacks and stuff. But this is, I put the bread on the bottom shelf. So it's just bread on the bottom shelf. And then like the mini muffins and a couple bags of mini popcorn in there in the second tier. The third tier is like snack cakes, couple Twinkies, couple cupcakes. The bottom is just bread and the top is crackers. And on the sides, I put the fruit roll-ups. We only had a few of those left, but I put the fruit roll-ups in the little side baskets there. But my table actually, for those of you, including Marcia, this is, I put your basket here. It looks beautiful. God damn it. Why did my computer not cooperating with me? It's not cooperating with me. Cooperate. Oh, God help me. So this one. Yes, okay. So this is the table. This is what my table looks like now. It's all sparkly and pretty. Claire was the one who got me the placemats. And as you can see, we've got the tablecloth on there. Although my pink sweatshirt is hanging from the chair there, so it almost looks like the tablecloth's up there, but it's actually this actually sweatshirt I'm wearing right now. And then the basket that Marsha got me, put our Pop-Tarts up there for the kids for the morning. And I haven't put anything in the lower basket yet. I haven't quite figured out what's going to go in that lower basket yet, but it has little hooks on the side for like bananas and stuff. So when I get some fruit, I'll be happy to hang those bananas there. And it looks amazing and I love it. I also just realized that I probably need to get like pads for the chairs, you know, like sitting pads, because they're just regular like hard chairs. But I think I'd have to measure that, I believe, to figure out like what size they would need or whatever. But it looks amazing and I love it. And I thank you guys again a million times over. Also, I'm really bad at this. I'm remembering to do this at the beginning of the stream. And I'm really behind in the comments. So I apologize. But you guys know that I like to talk in the comments. But if you do want to, yeah, he was using the school district computers to write the shit. So, but if you do want to support the channel, remember that we are not sponsored by anybody. It's just you, our viewers, our watchers. That is how I get a paycheck. It is all of you. So if you'd like to support the channel, there's a bunch of different ways. The best ways are the most direct ways, obviously, Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, our link that you can use any debit or credit card from, which is pinned to the top. It's called our Justice Chats. That one's up there. We do have an Amazon wish list. We have Chime, Revolut. Those are in the description of the videos. All of these are in the description of the video. We have memberships and super chats and super stickers, and those help definitely for next month. And I appreciate any and all support from you guys, because without you, I don't know where I would be. More than anything, I'm glad that I have a community of really amazing people. Even if it's, one day is really shitty, you guys always make sure that at least I get a good laugh. And I appreciate all of you for that. No, he thinks he's a celebrity, though. That's half the problem, He thinks he is. Well, that's the thing. And that's my opinion as well. I mean, that's my opinion as well, Well, but that's the thing. If he's making enough to be able to pay for that, his defense fund, then he shouldn't be asking for money if he can pay for his defense fund. I wouldn't. If I could pay for it myself, why would I ask other people? It just doesn't make sense. If anybody else did that, he'd be writing blogs about them. That's what he would be doing. Did he say I quit? So there's a clip here that Moni put up. I think it's good to watch of his. It's a 2-minute clip. I'm going to play it. So she points out here that at about 3 minutes and 11 seconds, he slips up saying that he bought the Apple Watch after stating earlier in the same video that Meredith bought it. And then he realizes what he said and that he contradicted himself. And you can see the instant regret. And then all of a sudden, his ex-wife starts getting phone calls from Meredith. That's what he claims. Bullshit. Deflection from the lie you just told. And what's worse is you could have edited it out, but you left it in your video. The slowed down version of TV is hilarious, is what she said. So I'm going to play this because she's right. He had to distract from that contradiction in some way, shape, or form. And that is what he does. And I'm going to get down to, I'm going to read all of these comments right now while this is playing. So make no mistake, if I don't put it up on the screen, if I do put it up, I'm putting it up fast, but I'm going to read them all to get down to the bottom here.
So anyway, she bought me a fucking Apple Watch for Christmas. And I don't know how the fuck this shit works.
Yeah, they're her, though. They're her accounts.
Yeah. So here's the issue. So the watch,
yes.
When she does the whole thing, and then I'm like, can I get the watch back at least? Because I paid for that shit.
So you do not have your watch at this moment.
Hold on.
When what we're looking at, right?
He realizes.
Yeah, I do. I have the watch. It's in the other room. Oh, geez. Fucking Leah Genduso.
I'm going to go on Twitter after this, and there's going to be so many new accounts of all my dead relatives.
What's your name, Leah?
I'm going to get to talk to Grandma. I'm going to get to talk to Grandpa. I'll be like, Papa, you got a Twitter account. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Anyway.
Don't even let her fuck with you. Everything blocked, everything done. Don't even fucking give her the chance to read.
Like 10%, 20%. I don't know.
Yeah, they're her, though. They're her accounts.
Yeah. So here's the issue.
Yeah, AdSense is shit.
So the watch, when she does the whole thing, and then I'm like, can I get the watch back at least? Because I paid for that shit.
So he says he paid for it, but then he says Meredith bought it for him. Which one is it? Which one is it? I don't think both orders will be granted. I'm not a huge fan of loophole lawyer either, because he kind of got in on the grift with backing Aidan and some things, and that rubbed me the fucking wrong way. Fully. Thank you, LTG. I appreciate that. I don't want to hear shit about the bills piling up. He has no idea what it's like to fucking have to struggle and worry about if you're going to have enough groceries in your fucking fridge this week, so he can sit the fuck down and shut the actual fuck up.
Not have your watch at this moment.
Hold on.
When what we're looking at, right?
I would if I was her.
Yeah, I do. I have the watch. It's in the
other room. A lot of people do.
Oh, jeez. Fucking Leah Janduso.
Thank you, Standing.
I'm gonna go on Twitter after this, and there's gonna be so many new accounts of all my dead relatives.
But what cause? That's the problem, is when he says that this is going to support a good cause. No, it's going in his pocket. There is no cause. He's not supporting any cause. He doesn't believe in free speech. He believes in his speech. There's a very big difference. To be fair, I kind of thought it was a little bit boring, but you know what I mean? Like, he has legal trouble because he puts himself there. He puts himself into that legal trouble. You know what I mean? He puts himself there. You know, it's fucking gross. Yeah, she showed them like the whole street and where kids go to school and then complained about it later on. Yeah, it is, apparently, you know. Yeah, the judge was like, no, you call me Your Honor. That's what the fuck you call me. You know what I mean? It's crazy to me. It's crazy. Wait, he said call 911 before starting. No, you start CPR first, then you call fucking 911. What the fuck is wrong with him? She probably has no idea. Like, if that's your loved one on the ground, you would hope somebody would start CPR and then call 911. Like, you should make sure that person has oxygen. Oxygen, no oxygen to the brain is what killed my best friend. So let's just be very clear here. Doing CPR is fucking very important, you know? I mean, that's not that. She's always been nasty, though. She's always been nasty. People in her own city can't stand her. Like, gee, I wonder why, you know? Oh, they will. They'll absolutely have a falling out, just as they'll have a fallout with every single one of the other crew creators, you know? Maybe he does with his multiple personalities. She is just as bad as him, 100%. But that's half the problem, is they think it's normal. It's not fucking normal, you know? Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, different followers. Like, if you have 5 followers, all of a sudden you're being attacked because you said Aidan's a bad person. Like, it's fucking insane, you know? Imbecile of the year. You know, Aidan wrote a fucking blog about Tom. Okay? Tom knows he's a liar. That's the part that really gets me, is Tom knows that Aidan is a gaslighter and a fucking liar firsthand, yet he still kisses his ass. Make it make sense. Thank you for becoming a member, LTG. That makes no sense. Like, these people have not stopped harassing me since 2023, bro. Okay? At this point, I am so fucking used to it that I'm just like, whatever. You're a bunch of clowns. I believe that she will get her 209A order. That's what I believe. I believe in my heart that the judge will be able to see through his bullshit and give her her order, if that makes sense. You know? I saw that. I saw Jess wasn't getting along with the purple Kool-Aid guy now. Like, oh, for fuck's sake. And what's going to happen is, one of them is going to ask Aidan to get involved, and he's going to say, I'm not dealing with that drama. I'm not getting involved in that drama. Why? Because he doesn't fucking care about any of them unless they can do something for him. That's the only time he cares, is when he can use them. That's it. That's it. Okay, but see, that's the problem, T-Bone. Watching the hearing shouldn't make you understand anything about Meredith, because watching the hearing, all you saw was Aidan lying through his teeth and his lawyer misrepresenting or lying himself. So that hearing is not a good, unless you're believing every word that's coming out of Aidan's mouth, or you're believing everything that his attorney said, then you wouldn't really know much about her. You see, that's the problem, right? You can't take more of what the sewer turtle's attorney or him says. It's not worth the fucking air it was used to come out of his mouth. It just simply isn't, you know? Right? He's not a doctor. I think the judge pointed that out too. Like, she's not a doctor. She can't tell you what his intent was to have a toddler tantrum on the ground, you know? Like, exactly. You got to talk about the elements of a 209A. I don't think he meant the elements at all. A hell ride in 2024 that never happened, by the way, that Jen Altman actually posted screenshots. Maybe I'll show you guys, for those of you who are not on Twitter. Jen posted some screenshots of a conversation she had with Aidan that night. And then I think there was some screenshots had with a conversation that he had with Meredith, and then he's begging her to go over to her house next day. Well, if you took such a hell ride and you're so afraid of for your life, why would you be asking to go to her house? You know what I mean? it just doesn't make sense. See, here's the difference, though, is at least her version has receipts. His version has minions that will lie for him and do lie for him. And in fact, she has communications, including text messages, phone calls, emails that prove what she's saying is the truth. See, that's the difference. You know, everybody always says that there's three sides, you know, his side, her side, and the truth. But you have to, like, someone's lying and someone's telling the truth, right? Like, they're not both lying, right? And I'll tell you, there's a ton of receipts you guys simply haven't seen yet that exist that show that he's a not only is he a liar, but he is so diabolical. I don't think people comprehend how diabolical he is. I think that's why it's part of why his followers don't understand why he could be this bad. Is they're like, no one's that stupid, or no one would go to the length to do this and this, so he couldn't have possibly have done it. No, he is diabolical, and he absolutely does really insane, crazy fucking shit that normal people wouldn't do. Okay, like he does. So you gotta take what he says in his attorney with a fucking grain of goddamn salt. Okay. So I know, God, oh God, you know. Oh, that's a good question. I don't really have many, you know, other than bringing her outside to play. I don't really have many plans for April vacation with the little, other than taking her out to ride her skateboard and her bike and going to the park. Other than things like that, not much. Everything else costs monies. And that's right before rent time. So, well, it's not just even another woman. Aidan, the amount of people who have tried to get restraining orders or HPOs against Aidan is astronomical. And Aidan himself admitted that this scenario was similar to the one that he had with Lindsay, which just goes to show that maybe, just maybe, he's the common denominator. You know what I'm saying? Her one versus his voluminous amount of restraining orders people have tried to get against him and have gotten against him is fucking insane. You know? It's insane. It's absolutely fucking bonkers. Lucy the Elephant. Where's Lucy the Elephant located? I like me some Judge Mojo. That's what we're gonna call him from now on, Judge Mojo. Oh, that sounds like so much fun. You have no idea. A woman's retreat weekend. That sounds like so much fun. Your client puts it out there, that's on him. That was gold. Oh, thank you, Marcia. Is there an update from? Not yet, my friend, not yet. We are waiting on it. If it comes today, you guys will have it today. Yes, it was to sort out who will get one, who won't get one, if anyone gets one. That's what it was for. You know, the judge wanted them to just get down to the elements of the 209A. The problem was Aidan had no intention of doing that. He intended on going in there, lying, and in character assassinating her, and then that was it, because that's what he does, you know. Let's hope not, but I never know what these judges in Massachusetts are going to do, you know. Exactly. We're dealing with an astronomical amount that Aidan's had to go in for, and she's had to deal with one. Like, never mind the fact that Aidan's paralegal, not paralegal, has had multitude of restraining orders put on her, and she has violated those restraining orders. I know both of the victims and the two that were put out there. Ain't that about a bitch? So I told you guys, in my opinion, she's a fucking actual lunatic and has ruined actual lives. The two affidavits that they put out there, or the two police reports they put out there for Jared Smith and Jonathan St. Clair, I know both of those people, or their family. I know the family of one of them. I know the brother of one of them, and I know the other one. So, like, I know those scenarios. She's an actual fucking lunatic, in my opinion. And so it's like, Bradel also hired someone who wasn't a paralegal. She was never a paralegal. She had no training in being a paralegal. She was a turtle writer, and Aidan wanted her to be hired to help with his legal stuff. So Bradel hired her like a fucking idiot. Like, what does that tell you about Bradel? He hires someone who has no experience in anything law at all, and has had multitude of restraining orders put against her from men because she wouldn't stop calling them, driving by their homes, harassing their girlfriends, like, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? Remember, this is the same girl who swim fanned Leah. And what I found funny in one of those things that were put out was that the guy had said that she was calling his family and friends and contacting them on social media. Well, it looks like that behavior hasn't changed, considering that's exactly what she did to me, was start calling and messaging my mods and viewers, claiming that she's known me for 25 years, which, again, knowing someone for 25 years and knowing them 25 years ago are two very different things. Clearly her insane bullshit has not changed because that's what she was doing. So I had one of the people take the call. She was like, can I call you? So I had one of those people take that call. And I said, ask her questions like what my kids' names are, where I live, what was the last car drive, what's my husband's name, what's his sister's name, what's his brother's name. She couldn't answer any of it. Because the last time she fucking saw me, I was like 18 or 19. Like, what? You lunatic. Like, what the, who does that? Someone you haven't seen since you were a young adult, who's a turtle rider, goes out of their way to contact the mods you have on your channel and viewers that you have that they don't know to make shit up about you to just say you're a bad person because you were an addict over 20 years ago. And to lie and say, well, I've known them for 25 years. No, bitch, no, you knew me as an acquaintance because of someone you had a kid with that I know, which is one of the victims, actually, in the restraining order that he got against her. You know? Oh, so many of you are in New Jersey or New York, huh? I love that. I love that. I love that there's a bunch of you in that one area. That tells me that eventually I could do something in that area for some meet and greet. That'd be fun. Or some of us could drive up from Mass, you know? There's a lot. There were a lot of people trying to get them on him. A lot. Well, Aidan is an opportunist. That's what he is. Yeah, he is a cheap bastard. He doesn't like to pay for dates, not just for Lindsay, but for quite a few, including Leah. He's just a cheap buck. You know what I mean? Weird. It's weird. Well, that's the thing. You have to remember that there's a lot of times that Aidan literally sets things up himself to blame someone for it. He's done it so many times at this point, I can't even count. You know what I mean? Well, he's the one who said it. He paid for it, so that's what I mean. Like, he can't even keep track of his own lies at this point. I paid for it. No, Meredith bought it. Like, which one is it, Aidan? You know? Which one was it? Also, it doesn't sync up to the phone unless it's within distance. So if she's all the way in Southie and you're all the way in fucking Holden, she's not getting information from that watch from your phone because it's nowhere near each other to sync up, you idiot. I'm so tired of hearing about it too. It's ridiculous. Backpack Boy is obsessed with you. I love when some people call him Backpack Boy because that tells me that people know about when he showed up to Leah's house with the backpack and a love note and tried to move in with her. And she was like, yeah, no, not happening, bro. Sorry. Like, it's also completely funny to me that he has to always bring up Leah and he has to say her entire name. Her entire name. Her entire fucking name. You know what I mean? He drives a lot of people nuts. A segue. He does. Ugh. Bleh, I can't. I can't with both of them, you know? I just can't. I knew what you meant. Don't worry, I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. Yeah, I mean, again, that's on the back of Aidan and his fans. You know what I mean? Maybe, but either way, he said it. You know what I mean? And you can see, she's right. You can see the look on his face when he realizes that he said it, and that he realizes that, like, he made a boo boo. You know what I mean? Because he tries to use that to say something else bad happened. You know? Like, oh, something else bad happened. Someone's stalking my ex-wife. Like, your ex-wife can speak for herself, number one. Number two, nobody is fucking stalking your ex-wife. You're a fucking weirdo. All right? Oh, it's going to happen. It's not an if, it's a when. It's the same thing I said about Meredith and Aidan. It's not if he goes after her, it's when. And I was right, per usual. Because a lot of this stuff is impounded right now with the judge. You guys will see these receipts after, you know, the judge probably makes a decision. It's not impounded after that, you know? Of course, that's all he does is repeat himself because it's worked on his minions for so long. Of course, he thinks it'll work on the judge. You guys know how this works. You know what I mean? Oh, it will happen. 100%. Same thing with Nurse Kim. I don't know why she keeps kissing his ass because he's going to just keep using her too. You know what I mean? It's going to. It's crazy. You go, girl. Yeah, being outside is nice. Aw. So I'm gonna pull up the thing Jen posted. Hold on. Ugh, I mean, that whole thing, I don't even know what happened with that whole thing. You know, again, you guys have to remember, telling the truth doesn't bring in money, okay? A lot of telling the truth just doesn't bring in a ton of, oh yeah, Kara, she's a friend of mine, an ex of his, yep. I mean, he loves to violate. That's one of his favorite things to do. Nice to see you, Pepper. Kara is one of those people who's a lover, not a fighter. And so he knew he could continue to harass her and threaten her and get her to do what he wanted her to do, because she's not someone who's going to fight back, or was not someone who was going to fight back. She was one of the people who would just like appease him or tell him whatever he wanted to hear to get him to leave her alone, until that day. Until that day, he called and recorded it illegally. And said to her, you're going to get on Twitter and you're going to shit on Elise and you're going to shit on this person, and you're going to shit on that person. And she was like, no, I'm not going to do that. So when she said she wasn't going to do that, he started screaming and yelling. She's like, I am not going to go online and shit on a friend of mine who helped me out of a domestic violence relationship that went on for years because you don't like her. I'm not fucking doing that, Aidan. She's been nothing but a good friend to me. I'm not fucking doing that. Not doing it. So he got so mad that she wouldn't get online and shit on me and shit on Julie and shit on Karen McCormick that he lost his ever-loving fucking mind, started threatening her, screaming and yelling and threatening her, and then eventually hit the record button. And then at that point, she's just like, what do you want from me? Leave me the fuck alone. Leave me alone. Leave me the fuck alone. And he said, basically, no, it's not an option, of course, in the same way that he did to Meredith. Like, no, it's not a fucking option to leave you alone. Like, oh, of course it isn't. Of course, right? Of course. You know, yes, they are his flying monkeys. Abso-fucking-lutely they are. She sticks around because of the money, let's be honest, because the cult gives money. The cult gives money. Telling the truth, as you guys can see, doesn't make a ton of money. And it's unfortunate because this is how Aidan wins. When a channel like mine pops up and is able to tell the truth and show the receipts and help out the victims, he takes it upon himself to make it so that channel can't survive, can't make money, can't do anything, and eventually they don't have the funds to keep going. And I've held on for so fucking long, because I refuse to let him win in that aspect. Like, I'm not doing it. I refuse to fucking let that happen. And it's not easy, I'll tell you that much. When you go over there and you watch how many idiots are just handing their money out to these people who don't give a fuck about them, who are lying right to their faces, like, it's disheartening to watch it. And it's unfortunate those people are wasting their dollars. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to pay for listening to the truth. Nobody wants to, contribute to keeping a channel afloat like mine or another small creator that's, trying to at least help the victims, get the information out there, and make sure that he can no longer keep doing this to people. If you were in my position and you had helped some of these people, just the sound of their voices, just the look in their eyes, the feeling that they get of knowing like that they're in such anguish from being attacked that they would just rather end their lives than keep dealing with it, even though they didn't do anything wrong. Like, it motivates you to keep going. It motivates you to not give in, even when it's fucking hard. And, with my health lately, it has been hard. It's really fucking hard. Like, missing days, like, I can't really afford to miss days, but I also at the same time know my limits, my body limits at the moment. And I'm obviously not at 100%, as you guys can tell. So it has been hard, but you just have to try to have faith that your community and your viewers show up and they realize that you need them, and then they show up for that, because I don't think there's too many other people who are going to speak up when it comes to this, and they haven't, and they won't. A lot of people are afraid still, I can tell you that much, because they don't want to deal with what I and other people have dealt with when it comes to speaking up. You speak up, you're a target. You're a target. That's the bottom line. I knew that, right? That was something I obviously knew. And it is taxing sometimes, but I don't know. At the same time, it's disheartening to watch so many people flushing their money down a drain to listen to a bunch of people who are just lying to them and laughing to each other in a group chat behind their backs. It's shitty. I can't imagine being in a group chat and just shitting on all of my viewers. Like, these people have no fucking care in the world about how they got to where they were. How do you think you got there? The people who watch you, that's how you got there. The people who show up, that's how the fuck you got there. The lack of understanding of how you got there, the lack of any gratitude coming from these fucking people is really just disgusting, in my opinion. You know, it's fucking gross. Yeah, a lot of these people do it. It pisses me off. And I've made this known before, and I'll make it known again. If you come for my fucking friend, Leah, I will go to war. I will actually go to fucking war with you. Facts. That's a fact. No ifs, ands, or fucking buts about it. If you have something to say about one of the most kind, smart, fun-loving, funny people I have ever met, then we have a problem, because you don't know a thing about her, but you're running your mouth about her. It's the same when people run their mouth about me. You don't fucking know me, right? And it just kind of makes me chuckle sometimes, because, like, if they're saying X, Y, or Z about me, then that clearly means they don't know me, right? But when I see them, I think it just enrages me more when I see them say something about Leah that I know is completely not true, that Aidan fucking made up, that his minions pushed out, that these people just parrot over and over and over, simply because it's not true. And to be fair, she would give a shirt off of her back to anyone. So, like, when was the last time Aidan ever fucking helped someone besides himself that he wasn't benefiting from something? Never. 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 He doesn't help anyone unless it's, you know, for him. Like, he's benefiting from it. You know, it pisses me off, right? It pisses me off. You're not going to come for the people that I care about and the people that I love unless you want a war with me. And I promise you, ask my husband, I don't give up easily. Just saying. I don't fucking give up easily, especially when it comes to the people that I care about. Oh, God. 2 hours ago, Jen was, I guess, Jess Machado was like,
the wedding.
kids' private information again. All right. Let's see. Oh, Joel. I can't believe that girl even still follows him. Yeah, that's exactly it, Pepper. Give me, can I have, what are you going to do for me next? It's really just sad, you know? It's sad. So here's a post that Jen made, and it's in response to Joelle. Now, Joelle is a longtime turtle rider who will do everything to and for Aidan. The problem with that is now she's claiming that Jen was only acquaintance to Aidan. When do acquaintances go to your mother's funeral, Joelle? Not for nothing, but Aidan's lied to you again, darling. Maybe you should start realizing that Aidan doesn't tell you everything, and he doesn't tell the truth because he doesn't fucking know how. But let's be very abundantly clear here. Jen was never an acquaintance. She's always been a friend and was a friend until Aidan tried to threaten and force her to pick his side over Meredith's when he was in the wrong, of course. And so Jen responded and said, hey, Joelle, I was just an acquaintance. Do you frequently invite acquaintances to sleep at your house and go to the beach the next day? Remember how many times you asked me to do that last summer? I know you think it's cool to hate me now, even though I never did anything to you, but you don't have to make it seem like you didn't go out of your way to be my friend. You did. But keep going with the cult mentality and make sure you continue to let Aidan tell you who to hate. And that sort of applies in my scenario too. Everybody loved me until you told them not to. It's like, at what point do you think for yourself and go back and go, you know what? She's right. I did like that person and this person and this person until Aidan said they're all bad and not to like them and hate them because they did this bad thing and they did this bad thing. And why can't I stop my own brain and say, hold on, is he lying? Like, yes, he's fucking lying. Lying, twisting, making mountains out of molehills. It's what he does, dude. It's what he fucking does. Oh boy. So, oh God. Jessica apparently was, Ethel Machado was on her show this morning saying she was, quote, down bad yesterday because Kane and Purple criticized her. Imagine being so immature and such a child that two idiots like Kane and Paul having an opinion gets you, quote, down bad. What a loser. I wonder how many bunnies and besties will send her shit today to assure her that she's worth more. You're not, Jessica. Learn to accept criticism. It's part of adulting. And it is. You know what I mean? Even from friends. Even from fucking friends. He had to mention Leah. He had to. And of course, what did he do? Lie. She's not a drug trafficker. She's not a fucking money launderer. She testified against an ex-boyfriend who sold weed. I mean, that's the fucking, like, how do you get, she's a drug trafficker and a money launderer out of that? Like, really? Long before she was ever a cop, she testified against a ex-boyfriend for selling weed. Oh my God, she's the worst person ever. He has to make it, once again, sound like something that it is not. That's what he does, you know? To be fair, Karen didn't want anything to do with him, like probably a quarter of the way through the first trial. She dealt with him because he did what he does to everyone else. He threatened, right? He threatened, and so she appeased him until it was all over. Until it was all fucking over. That's literally it. So imagine how long she had to deal with him. She didn't want to. I mean, that's of her own doing, to be honest, but she didn't want shit to do with him a long time ago. But he did what he always does. He threatened her. He fucking tried to blackmail her. Like, that's what he does, guys. That is what he does. Yeah, it was absolutely unacceptable. It was 100% unacceptable. That's his problem, is he needs to have everyone think that he's, you know, amazing and awesome, and he's a journalist and he's cracked all these stories. Yeah, the problem with that is he hasn't cracked shit. Every story he's ever written, he's been paid to write or given. I mean, you know, I mean, to be fair, that guy objected quite a few times, and the judge was just so aggravated with him already that he wasn't even taking his objections, which I believe is not okay. But, you know, what can you do? Agreed. He did. So that's the other thing. He kind of made himself look ridiculous, you know? He did make himself look ridiculous. Okay. My God, she did not. You guys telling me Ethel Machado actually called into Purple Kool-Aid's show because she was being criticized? Stop it. Oh my God, I can't stop it. Remember when your hall passed Kirkman? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Taunton Trivia Night, where TV claims he was in fear of Meredith, was driving like a madwoman. Funny that Aidan never mentioned this driving episode before. Probably because it didn't happen. Imagine borderline begging to come to someone's house the next night if she supposedly drove you off the road the night before. When questioned initially, he wasn't afraid of physical harm, which is what he told Meredith's attorney. I'm not physically afraid of her. But then all of a sudden he was in fear for his life when redirected by his attorney. So I know that the judge noticed that because it's something I noticed right away. He just said he wasn't physically afraid of her. That's one of the elements. So the judge would have heard that immediately and been like, okay, so he's not fucking afraid of her. But then he knew he fucked up. After he said it, he knew he fucked up. And so when Brittle asked him what his fear was, then he had to say, oh, I'm afraid of her. I'm physically afraid of her because of a ride from 2024. It's like, bro, you stayed with her a year after that. That's not going to get you a 209A, okay? It's not. A ride from a year ago that you didn't like because she drove fast that's not something you're going to get a 209A for. If that was the case, every woman or man with a fucking lead foot, when they were pissed off, or even when they weren't pissed off, would have one. Like, I mean, the fact that he actually thought that would get him one is fucking amazing to me, really. But again, we're not dealing with smart people. So, you know. Oh, that's so funny to me. He claimed in his affidavit that Meredith reposting a Lana video about his grand jury testimony was her releasing his grand jury testimony. Not only did he think the judge is a fool, but the judge caught on to that because the judge said to Bradle later on, you said something about grand jury testimony. She's not under any privilege. He is. Not her. Him. You know what I mean? Apparently. She has no problem shitting on other people she doesn't know, though. You know, she doesn't probably shitting on me or anyone else, you know? I have no idea, but I don't think that she did because I haven't heard that she did. But I mean, maybe she did. I don't know. Does anybody know she finally sent out those packages to those poor people? I mean, she said she didn't have it at the top of her to-do list and that she was sorry, and this was weeks ago, that she didn't have it. It had already been 6 weeks on the top of her to-do list. It's like, bro, if you're making the kind of money you're claiming, that should be at the very top of your to-do list. When you drive around for coffee and you're driving around in your car for 2 hours bitching about a box truck on private land, you have to drive around to show everybody where this box truck is in this guy's fucking driveway with his business on the side of the truck. You think in all that 2 hours you had to bitch and whine about a box truck on private land that you would take the shit down to the fucking post office. Didn't she charge like $7 for like shipping too? Like, get the fuck out of here. I can't. Like, I want to know who was dumb enough to buy anything out of her closet too. You know, like really. But that's a good point, Lisa. It's a very good point. Yeah, I don't either. He is an idiot. Reposting a video isn't shit. It's reposting a video. You know what I mean? Imagine. Now, what do you think he's going to do in Aidan's case? He's going to claim that anybody who reposts Aidan's stuff, it's not Aidan's problem, right? He's going to argue against himself, as he always does in these scenarios. It's okay for his client, but it's not okay for anyone else. Get the fuck out of here. No, that's my point. When he said I write things, I was like, when? When was the last time he wrote fucking shit? He doesn't write shit. You want to know why he doesn't write shit? Because sources don't go to him anymore. You want to know why sources don't go to him anymore? Because he burns every fucking source. He eventually ends up using their information against them if they say a peep about him that they don't like something. Or if they say something he doesn't like, he uses that information, including you signing up to his turtle club or whatever the fuck it is, to get your information to harass you. Imagine being that much of a shitbag that you would use someone's information to harass them. And that's why you should never buy from like mine YouTube memberships are through YouTube. It doesn't give me banking information of people. It just shows me that they became a member. That's it. You know, that's why these people shouldn't be buying shit from his fucking website, because then he gets all the fucking information. And it's like normal people, if they got that information, wouldn't just share it or use it to harass the person if the person no longer watched you or liked you. We would just realize that you're no longer watching or viewing. Like, okay, cool. I would never take someone's information because they weren't watching me or donating anymore. I'd take that information and use it to give out to other people to harass them. That's fucking so beyond crazy and insane. It's not even funny. First of all, it's a waste of time. Secondly, why do you want to hurt people? How do you know that they weren't sick, got in a car accident, were taking care of a relative and took a break? Like, how do you know? You're just assuming they don't support you anymore because they haven't, donated in so long? It's like, who the fuck are you? But so these are the text messages, right? October 5th, 2024, 12 a.m. Your key is in your car. I'm Ubering home. This person says, take it. I'm walking home. October 5th, 3:38 p.m. So October 5th, 12 a.m. This is the night. So starts from the night before, obviously. Then it says, hi at 3:38. Hi, what are you doing? Just working out and finding a DJ for the Halloween party. You just got back from soccer. I can come tonight. This is Aidan. The white ones are Aidan. I just got back from soccer. I can come tonight, but I have to be back around 11 to run in a road race at the kids' school. She said it's okay. So most of the people who DM'd want like $500 to DJ the party. This guy, Bobby B, who's a big Turtle writer and Karen Reed supporter, he DJ for 30 years. And Mike/Kelly Rush recommended him. He'll do it all. All he wants is gas, money, and for you to recommend him on your page or show. I also offered him a TV store gift card. Are you good with that? I want to book him now, so that's all set. Aidan says, yeah, that sounds great. So she says, okay, it's all booked. Launching Eventbrite tomorrow or Monday. Feel free to mention on show. This event will be much easier than trivia, just music and raffles. He said, okay, thank you. So you don't want me to come tonight? She's like, it's up to you. He said, I'll come after the gym. And she said, it's okay. I didn't realize you had this road race. That's a lot of driving for only being here a short time. And he said, it's up to you. So like, that's Meredith telling him like, you know, it's a lot of driving for you to have to go back home, right? Like, so if you're not coming, like, that's okay. You know what I mean? That's okay. But, you know, he was so afraid of the hell ride, guys. He was so afraid. He was so afraid that he wanted to go to her house the next day so much, you know? I mean, the lying is fucking insane, you know? I mean, that is hilarious to me that he was actually, like, looking for a fucking plate number outside his house. Like, dude, you're a creep. You're a fucking creep, you know? She knows I always have her, Natalie. Always. Always. I'm glad she has other people, too. I mean, we all get our own materials. I don't get anything from Meredith. I don't get anything. Like, I get all of my own materials. Other sources, the court, like, I get all of my own materials. Unlike Aidan, I would never ask somebody to give me something they're not supposed to, right? You know? Yeah, he is awful. And to be fair, he's the reason she sat in jail for longer than she should have. That's the bottom line. Oh yeah, it's the same one. It's the same one. It's the same Joelle. It's the same one. I agree. It's time to fucking wake up. You know? Good point. I don't know. Well, that's the other thing. Nobody even knew who the fuck Bradle was. You know, these people fail to understand that. Nobody knew who the fuck Betero was until Mike had him on. You know? Melanie Little, I don't know how anybody watches her. Or Reynolds, for that fucking matter. All he does is piggyback off whoever Aidan doesn't like and talk shit about them. I mean, it's fucking weird. You know, it's fucking weird to me. Oh, yeah, or you could use a Visa gift card. That's probably smart. That's actually smart. I didn't think of that. It's a great idea, YB. He's just saying if you need to buy anything from him, you use a Visa gift card, so it doesn't have all your information on it and stuff. See, that's a tricky one. You can't necessarily have your bail revoked for contempt, but I think what more would get it revoked is the fact that he has already broken the restraining order, the temporary restraining order that has been in place. I think that more than anything would get his shit revoked, you know? Because that turns into a criminal matter when you break it. I agree with you. I don't suggest anybody give their real information to him ever. Don't worry, we're not spelling police. I make mistakes all the time when I'm typing because my hands are very arthritic, and also my phone is old as hell. So when, like, the numbers, it'll do like the letter above it, below it, next to it. Like, I'm too fucking wiped out and tired to go back and fix it. When it's the interwebs. I'm not writing a fucking dissertation to my college professor, so I really don't care that much. It's like this little right. It's like, you can't even spell this right, or you didn't put a punctuation here. I'm like, I don't care. It's the fucking interweb. I didn't go back and change it because I didn't give a fuck enough to do it. Okay? Don't care. Don't fucking care. I realized it was wrong probably after I hit send because I didn't go back and proofread it. Sorry, not sorry. Don't care. Not writing a fucking college paper. Not writing a dissertation. I don't fucking care. It's the interwebs. Well, that's the other thing. You have to remember, Aidan doesn't do anything for himself. He makes other people do the shit for him, which is the grosser part, is that he makes people do the shit for him, you know? Like, that's, I can't with him. I literally fucking can't. I literally fucking can't. So this is Aidan's quote witnesses arguing, Purple Kool-Aid and Jess. And Purple is saying, like, oh, that Jess will really realize who Pat Ford is and that he's a clown who no one likes and that hurts her business doing shit like that. I don't need to do a show on the obvious. Really, Purple? You've done plenty of shows that not only are the obvious, but just simping for Aidan. So you're one to talk. But nonetheless, Jess then replies to him and says, this is rich coming from someone who literally lost your show and earlier this week had zero ideas for content and resorted to talking like me for 2 hours straight. I don't even know what that means. No, first of all, who the fuck would want to talk like her? Just, I'm asking for a friend. Who the actual fuck would want to talk like her? I want to know. I need to know. That's crazy. That makes no sense. No one wants to talk like you, Jess. No one. No fucking buddy. All right? No one. It's weird. Okay. So, there's a few things a brewing. There's a few things a brewing. You know? Oh, he was attacking Nick for speaking up. Interesting. Do you want to know why he attacked Nick? Because Nick sort of outed him, just like other people already had, about what's her face, telling them that Aidan let her listen to the recording of Karen. She's the one who told Karen. And so Nick called out Aidan on Twitter and said, you're lying, dude. Like, she told us that she heard it from you. And Aidan's like, she denies it. She's saying that's not true. And Nick's like, really? Because that's not what she said today on the phone. That's the complete opposite of what she said today on the phone. And Megan Kirby, that's it. And so, you know, Nick is, and I'm sure she did lie to Aidan and say, I didn't say that, because she's probably too afraid of what he'll do to her. But it's like, at this point, it's like, why keep lying, dude? You know, it's out there. Everyone knows that you heard the fucking recording. You probably did tell Karen. Who gives a fuck? I mean, listen, if he recorded someone I knew, I would fucking tell them too. It's illegal wiretapping. Like, he's got a long history of doing that, you know? Melanie is fucking a sour cupcake, you know? Oh, yeah, she goes back on the thought of believe all women, unless it's someone that the turtle doesn't like. Then you don't believe them because, you know, they said so. Me too, Tippy Dog. Me fucking too. I second that. Uses her K sound for every word ending. KK. She said he copied her because he streamed from his car while driving to or back from wherever he lives up to court. Does she realize that I streamed all the way from fucking for a couple hours while I was driving home and to Florida? Like, what the fuck does streaming in a car have anything to do with anything? I've streamed in a car multiple times. We call it a field trip on my show. We call it a field trip. Why? Like, does she think she invented streaming from a fucking car? Like, is she all right, dude? Like, really, though? Jessica, you didn't invent streaming from a car, darling. Like, are you fucking all right? Like, what in the actual fuck is wrong with these people? I fucking can't. Well, he has a very demented jealousy of Nick Rocco because Nick had all of the access to Karen that he didn't, right? And she didn't trust him the way she trusted Nick. And so he will forever be salty that he didn't get a court seat. He'll forever be salty that he was kicked off of court TV for calling Julie Grant's fucking executive team cunts. And that's why he was not ever allowed back on court TV. They did not invite him on after that. He was not allowed on after that. And so he got mad because Nick Rocco went on court TV because he was invited. And so Aidan told him that he should not go on court TV. If Aidan's not allowed and isn't invited, that Nick shouldn't do it. And Nick fired back and was like, I thought you said everyone should hear about this case and we should get out, and this isn't about you. And you don't own this case. So why would it matter if I was on there? And of course it matters because Aidan was throwing a jealousy tantrum, right? He thought he deserved to be on all the channels. Who's Nick to him? He thinks, Nick, who the fuck? You don't get to go on court TV and get a court seat. Only Turtleboy gets to do that. So he was having a literal fit, a literal jealous fit, like a child, like a fucking child. And then what did he do? Because he didn't get the court seat he wanted, that he demanded from the Roccos, he threatened Karen through Nick and Jenna, and he threatened Nick and Jenna themselves, okay, to write blogs on them, to turn them into the next Lindsay or Kate. And he said he would do blogs on them and he would, make them public enemy #1. And if they didn't do what he wanted, if they didn't hand over the Facebook group to him, if they didn't put the people as mods that he wanted as mods, he wanted to control everything. He thought he deserved that court seat. And if Karen wasn't going to give it to him, the Roccos needed to do something about it. And they're like, we have no control over who she, saves a seat or allows a seat for, dude. That has nothing to do with us. That's her decision. And he thought he could just threaten them and therefore she would do what he wanted. And so he said, I'll go to Tully with everything I have and I will tell Tully what's going on if you don't give me the Facebook group and get me a seat in court. I can't. But that's what he does, right? He goes off and says, oh, I would never talk shit about this person, and then immediately does exactly that. That's what he does. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he's jealous of pretty much anyone. Yeah, I mean, I already knew that about Melanie, a while ago. It's not normal. I agree with you, Missy. It is not normal for someone to be that jealous of everyone. It's not normal. We should want people to do good together, right? We should want to lift people up, not knock people down. But when you have people like Aidan, he thinks he should be top of everything and everyone else should kiss his feet, then you have a problem. You're dealing with a maniac, an egotistical maniac who will be jealous of any tiny little thing and throw a giant tantrum because of it. That's what will happen, Just as a pioneer and serving a very detailed bagel order and coffee from her car, give her credit. So weird he feels like Nick isn't actually Karen's friend. Like, dude, he doesn't work for her. Well, that's the thing, is that's what he was so jealous of, is that they're friends, Come on. Of course they had to defend Melanie with their fucking salty and fungus-filled fucking cupcakes. Oh, she hosted a class on it? Oh, she's so good. I can't. The amount of self-importance between Aidan and Jess is fucking amazing that they lack that self-awareness. You know, they lack just basic self-awareness. Yes, that's why I know Court TV. After he called Julie Grant's, he was on it twice, and then after he called Julie Grant's producers cunts, they were like, nope, never again. Never again. We're not going to have you on. That was a good move, Court TV. That was a good fucking move. Let me see if I can find, there was one other thing. This was Erica, right? Jen, she was like, another example of how it's a cult, weirdo. And Erica wrote, what did I miss? Pat, did you do something? We still hate Kane, right? Are you still Bunny King? So Jen said, another example of how it's a cult. We still hate Kane, right? Weirdo. Like, that's definitely some independent thinking, Erica. Definitely some independent thinking you got there. And that's the point, is these people are told who to hate and when to hate them. That's the point. Oh my God, I remember when she told Jen, I would be remiss if I didn't ask. She said that about something completely personal that had nothing to do with her at all. And she said to Jen, I would be remiss if I didn't ask. Like, you would be remiss if you didn't ask me about my personal life and something that has none of your business? Like, excuse me? Like, imagine, once again, saying that out loud and thinking it was a good idea. She loves that fucking word, remiss. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention how infuriating it was to be sex shamed by an attorney while on the stand. Oh, let's make it about the poor me's. You know what? Most people would be remiss if they didn't mention how much of a fucking simp you are for a turtle and the fact that a judge called you out on it. I would be remiss if I didn't point and laugh at you for that. I would also be remiss if I didn't play this clip. You know, thanks, Jess, for reminding me.
Can you please go? I can't go back. Can you please go? I can't go back.
I fucking can't. I literally fucking can't. I would be fucking remiss if I didn't play that clip. Okay? Just saying. Just fucking saying. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing. Like, sorry, like, what the fuck did we all expect to happen? Like, that's what Aidan does, is he tries to character assassinate everyone and pretend he's the victim. The problem with that is he's never, ever been a victim of anything but his own fucking stupidity. Oh my God, we should somebody change its diaper, give it a binky, put it down for a nap. Oh, here it is. Here's the tweet, right here. Jen said, I can't believe people are believing the lie that it was never played for Megan. Aidan absolutely told me he played it for Megan, Will, and Kim. And I've heard it too. Wasn't until after it all came out, but I heard it too. There are 3 parts I heard too. Jessica Machado confirmed it. Why isn't Jess chiming in? Jessica, did you hear the recording or did you lie? So Nick, this is where you got all mad at Nick, okay? Because Nick posted this. Oh, who's suspended? Okay. So Kirsty's suspended, but she said something like it wasn't Meredith, just blaming Meredith, blah, blah, blah. Listen, nobody should listen to a word Kirsty says because she's an actual fucking lunatic, but on this, at least she's right, which 99.999% of the time she isn't. But Meredith got blamed for something she didn't do. It's that simple. So Nick said, Kirsty, this might be one thing I can agree with you on. Megan definitely said he called her and played the recording. So Aidan was like, that never happened. Meg flat out denies telling you that. Why are you lying? So Nick said, she denies telling Jenna that you called her and played the recording for her. Someone's lying, but it isn't me, right? So Aidan goes, I never played any of that audio for Meg. I definitely told her about the call, but she didn't hear shit. She's in my inbox telling me that she confronted you about this lie and that you are now calling her a liar too. Are you this desperate for attention and relevance again? Whatever happened to the Reed file? Did you get fired as Karen Reed's unpaid PR guy? I wouldn't blame her for that. It's been one disaster after another. And dude, bend the brim of your cap, bro. You're in your 30s. Like, first of all, the fact that Aidan says you're unpaid PR guy is just nodding to the fact that he must have been paid by her team. I'm just going to throw that out there. because Aidan would never do it for free. Let's remember that, okay? So Nick Rocco fired back and said, she confronted me about the lie, ? That's news to me because that's not what was said on the phone yesterday. Actually, the complete opposite of what you're saying above. Keep gaslighting. Side note, you may be the last person I ever take advice from, but I'm glad you're worried about my hat. Hilarious. So, as Jen points out, she says again, I can't believe people are believing the lie that it was never played for Megan. Aidan absolutely told me he played it for Megan Willingham. And guess what? Jen's not the only person Aidan told that to either. So once again, he fucking lies. Once again, he lies. He's caught in a lie. What does he do? Double down, triple down on the lie. He loves doing that, doubling and tripling down on the fucking lie. It is quite fucking amazing to me. You know? No, she has no education in journalism, and she has been fired from any journalistic job she's ever held. And there were quite a few. She doesn't have ethics at all. I'm glad you don't, because these people are fucking vile. You know, a lot of these assholes are just doing it because the turtle cult will, you know, pay them. They will come into their streams and they will, you know, Cash App and Venmo, and they'll make money off these people. And that's the only reason why. It is literally the only reason why half these people sit here and lie. It's amazing to me. It's fucking amazing. So Lisa has a tweet too. So Aidan says, I'm also an easy manipulated man who feels bad for people and don't want to hurt them even when they deserve it. Now that is such a lie. I don't even know what to do with that. That is the biggest lie I fucking have ever heard coming out of his mouth. Okay. You're easily manipulated who feels bad for people. He has no capacity to feel bad for people. He doesn't care whose life he destroys to hide his own bad behavior. That's bullshit. So this person, Aidan Kearney's toddler tantrum at Toddler Tantrums, says, oh my God, this is the funniest thing I've ever read. And it is. And then Lisa said, stop it. This is the same motherfucker that said he hoped I lost the battle to cancer because he was trying to hurt me. Loser. And she's right. She's right. That's the point, is he lies so easily and these people just fucking buy it. You know, she's definitely uneducated. I mean, most educated people know when to not be an asshole. You know? Basic common sense education tells you that. Megan Kirby, she is someone Aidan played the Karen Reed audio for, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, that's half of the problem, is narcissists oftentimes do believe their own lies. And so yes, the answer is yes, he does. He believes his own fucking lies. It's really fucking sad. You know, really sad. Oh, interesting. So, you know, I'm going to point out a lot of these people that do this shit do it in droves. You know what I mean? They do it in droves. So, for instance, attacking Nan. They've been doing that in droves. They use fucking voice modulators, Turtleboy Blueprint account that does the spaces, that fucking screams and yells about Nan. Like, and Melanie good, Nan bad. Like, what the fuck? What is wrong with some of y'all? Y'all need Jesus. Some of y'all need fucking Jesus. Okay? It's absolutely fucking bonkers. Bonkers. Of course, Bullseye Dog says, why is Aidan posting someone else's license plate? And why are the comments speculating it's Meredith? God forbid if Meredith drives a fucking Subaru, I will retire from the battlefield and lay my sword down. Updated, received intel via confidential informant. Meredith drives a Mercedes, not a Subaru. I fucking can't. Like, it's just insane to me, like, the shit that people will believe when it comes to him. You know? Like, following someone around for a license plate because he's so afraid. Mystery solved. Someone mystery solved. Thank you for becoming a member, Rachel. So she's just another turtle writer, essentially. She followed the Karen Reed trial. She's another turtle writer. Half of these people are just people that see, that's the thing, acquaintance. Aidan doesn't have friends. That's his problem, is he shits on everyone on planet Earth. So he can't have friends, guys. Okay? You can't fucking have friends. You can't have friends because he shits on all his friends, you know? So he has lackeys, he has followers, you know? Like, that's what he has. He doesn't have friends. A lot of these people are in group chats together. And what are they doing in those group chats, you may ask? Well, up in, even about, I'd say a week, maybe 2 weeks ago, there was about 15, 20 people in a group chat. About 15, 20 turtle writers, including Erica and her fake accounts. And what do you think they were talking about in those group chats, guys? Do you think they were talking about, like, how to make the world a better place? No, they weren't. They were literally planning on who to harass and who to post about and why they were going to post about them and why Aidan dislikes them and why it's so funny that they're going to do that from their fake accounts and not their real accounts. And, like, this is the shit these people are doing every day. Okay? That's what they're doing every day. It's fucking amazing to me. It's amazing. Yeah, learning on the job is one thing, but she's had plenty of jobs to learn on, and she did not learn. Ethel didn't learn shit. You know? I haven't done spaces in so long, honestly. I have just been, like, so busy and wiped out with my own, like, health and stuff that I just really haven't even really been on Twitter much, other than, like, checking my messages and talking to the people that I do talk to and just, scanning to see if there's anything that I need to look into, things like that, you know? Oh, the Brenda Bob burner is Aidan. Shocker. Let's see. So Jason said, now if someone only lines up the timing of him using a Proton Mail account, before anyone was talking about Proton Mail, to send the Flip Olivia audio to Jess Machado with the timing of the message to flip with the Karen Reed audio, for those of you not paying attention, it was the day before. So he says, well, I said it. I knew it was TV who used the Brenda Bob burner account to contact Flip ahead with the illegal wiretapping of Karen Reed. Make no mistake, Aidan has quite a few burner accounts. Oh my God. Oh my God. Did Nick Rocco actually just call him a bitch? Oh my God, he did. He called him a bitch. No, I mean, to be fair, he's never had shame though. Never. Okay, so after the last thing I read, where Nick said you'd be the last person I ever take advice from, Aidan wrote this. Okay. Bitch, get your ass down to the children's hospital and use some more sick kids for PR. That's all you're good for anyway. And it's literally a picture of Karen with some child who's recovering from a bone marrow transplant, the same transplant that my child needs. Apparently the kid's name is Anthony, that poor fucking kid, and apparently, I don't know, Karen went to go see him at the hospital. So Aidan's making fun of that by, saying, bitch, get your ass down to the children's hospital and use some more sick kids for PR. That's all you're good for anyway. Like, that's gross, dude. He's gross. He's fucking gross, okay? And so Nick said, I'm assuming this comment is directed towards Karen since I'm not the one who went to the hospital or took the photo. But as expected, instead of staying on topic, you resort to comments like this. No, stupid. It's directed at you, Aidan said. I know you didn't go to the hospital. You just got sent it and were told to post it because that's what you're good for. You're untalented and otherwise useless, but you're capable of following directions, so you got that going for you. Gee, Aidan, how would you know? Oh, no, LTG, honey, he made fun of sick kids long before this. He brought my kid into it long before this. He didn't give a fuck about sick kids, including mine or anyone else's. Again, I told you guys, there's no line he won't fucking cross, okay? Attacking a kid who had to have a bone marrow transplant or using that kid to try to shit on someone is just disgusting. It's fucking utterly disgusting, okay? So Aidan, how would you know that it was sent to him and he was told to post it? How would you know that, Aidan, unless you at one point were also the PR bitch? I'm just saying, Aidan, takes one to know one. So if you're going to say that Nick was told to post it and that's what he's good for, then what were you good for, Aidan? Posting shit and talking about shit about the case for her, right? This is where I say, like, he has such a lack of self-awareness. Lack of fucking self-awareness, okay? Sir, Aidan, yeah, you. Hey, you did the same things that Nick's doing right now. You had no problem doing them when you did them. No problem doing them when you did them, right? You just did them for funsies, right? For money, for clout, for PR, for attention, Aidan. Oh, I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming, and it's coming. So it just hit the docket. Girl with an eagle eye said Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins filed a new lawsuit against Karen and Turtleboy. I knew that was coming. Oh yeah, he's warped. Like really, really fucking warped, Chris. Like really warped, and it's just gross. Like he is gross. To me, the followers are even worse because they'll buy whatever he's selling them. Literally, you know. He needs to be elf on a shelf. He is kind of an elf on a shelf, you know. Well, you know what? He's jealous of everyone, and that's half the problem. Like, make no mistake, he had a serious problem with my wish list, which is so funny because, like, I am not a channel of 10,000. I'm not a channel of 100,000. I'm not a channel of 50,000. He has a problem with a low-income disabled mom's small channel's wish list. But when he wanted people to fill his home with furniture and other things that he could easily buy himself, what did he do? Well, my viewers asked me to make it. Well, he said that was a problem that my viewers asked me to make it. He said that was an issue, right? How dare I do something my viewers asked for? But totally okay when his viewers. It's the lack of self-awareness for me. It's the fact that he can do whatever he wants, but if someone else does that thing, they're a ratchet or they're bad or they're like, it's fucking bonkers. Bonkers. But maybe that's why he's raging out because he's already served with the suit, I'm guessing. I knew that was coming. I really didn't know when, but I knew it was coming. So, wah, 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 poor baby. Yeah, he's going to be raging out today. Keep an eye on the rage machine today for him. The superfan blogger is in a full crash out, said Jermaine. Let's quote tweet this. Oops. Ugh. He's in full crash out. Here we go. I gotta go look on the docket. Do we have a copy yet, Girl with an Eagle Eye? The problem is Massachusetts is infamous for not uploading documents to the portal. They're infamous for that. A lot of times you have to email the court, call the court, and have them email it or snail mail it to you because they love. Hold on. As a matter of fact, give me 1 second. I have to actually conspiracy pee. I kid you literally not. My bladder is full. And I need to grab a water too. So give me 2 minutes. If you guys can, while I'm taking that 2 minutes to hit the like button, I would very well appreciate it. And subscribe if you haven't already. It's out of Barnstable County. Can you tag me and whoever's already posted it so I could see where it's at? Subscribe if you already haven't. I appreciate any of you guys who have become a member. We have memberships, we have super chats, we have the most direct routes, which are the most helpful to small creators like me, which are Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Chime, Revolut. Chime and Revolut are in the description. We have our justice chats where it's here in the chat pinned to the top there, and you can use any credit or debit. A brief is on your ex. Perfect. Thank you, girl. We are paid strictly by our viewers, by all of you. And so that is how we make anything here is by the kindness and loving care of my amazing viewers. So I'm going to go take a second to take my conspiracy fee and get a water. So as you can hear, my voice is a little hoarse here. I'm not at 100%, but give me about 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, sorry. I had to conspiracy fee. My bad. And take my sweatshirt off and get my water. I'm a mess today, guys. I am. Also pushing through this. I mean, that's the thing, though. She doesn't interact with her audience, and it's like that's all that happens. It's like I don't understand. Like a lot of creators do that though, where they ignore. It's a tactic. It's to ignore the chat so that people will super chat, so you'll read their comments. It's just not one that I ever felt comfortable doing. I felt like it was a little scammy, if that makes sense. So I've never done that in hopes that people will just donate on their own and I don't have to ignore my chat to do that. I understand that it loses me money to not do that, but that's the tactic for streamers, at least, is to leave your chat alone and not interact with it, which I think is a mistake. You're missing out on some amazing people by not doing that. But this is what they do. This to get more money, to get people to super chat or donate more. You know? Oh my God, I never looked at it, Grammy, so I have no idea what was on his wish list. You know? Well, that's the thing. As you know, he feeds off all these other people who tell him he's amazing and to keep going and to have his back. Like that is what feeds his ego. You know? Imagine he rages out so bad that Turtle Cult gets postponed again. By the way, it's another hot day here in Massachusetts. I am not comfortable. I'll tell you that much. Not freaking comfortable at all. right? Number one on the needs list is a soul. She makes these weird facial expressions that are just extra. They're so extra. Like they're exaggerated and they're very performative, I guess, you know? Yeah, you probably can't find a soul on Amazon. Although I think it was Bella Boo's mom was here yesterday. She was asking how to support my husband in softball. He plays softball. And I don't really put things on my wishes for my husband other than the bat that Space Coast made me put on there and got for my husband, which he is going to love when he gets here. The only other thing I could think of was a pair of Terps for softball. So I actually did pop those on there the other day. And my stupid toilet paper holder broke. I am so mad. It's broken and like the metal completely like just came off. And so it's not fixable. So now I gotta buy, I mean, I put another one on the wish list so that when I get a couple bucks, I can buy that one because now I don't have one. My apartment didn't come with one. There was none on the wall. There was none, like I had to get my own to hold the toilet paper. So I'm like, great, now I need another toilet paper holder. And I bought that one. I liked it. It had a lot of pink in my house. So I bought that in black. So it would sort of offset the pink with the pink and the black, like I did with the table, as you guys could see. And it fucking broke. I can't believe that. I did not have it that long for it to break. Okay. You should feel comfortable here too. Everybody should feel comfortable here, you know? She supports him because a lot of her viewers who are giving her money right now came from his viewership and her covering the Karen Reed case with him. So now she feels like this allegiance to him because a lot of her money comes from his viewers. That's why. I can explain that very easily. Thanks, Chris. Okay, let's get to it. Yeah, well, there's not just this. There's a couple things coming down the pipe here. So, you know, right. I mean, to me, it's weird. Like, I want people to want to. I don't want them to feel like they have to get their comment right. I don't know. I just never liked that. Yes, I knew that ahead of time, that the attorney who represented the Sandy Hook victims are representing them. I knew that. But that is the couch protector. I have a regular couch on my list. Couch protector. Why would he need a couch protector? His kids aren't little. You know what I mean? Like, they're not tiny. They're not little kids that need a couch protector. That's fucking weird. That's fucking weird. All right, so Chris Matei, the attorney who represented the Sandy Hook families and won the landmark $1.4 billion defamation verdict against Alex Jones, the largest in U.S. history, is now representing Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert in their defamation lawsuit against Aidan Kearney and Karen Reed, filed today in Barnstable Court. Dismantled Alex Jones' web of lies in the most high-profile defamation case in history. Now he's bringing that same fight to this case. Joining him from Hinckley Allen are Bill Fish, a First Amendment specialist, and the GOAT, Jim Tuxbury, who is representing the witnesses in Reed's preposterous lawsuit. Bang, bang. And so this is the first page here. I don't know. We might not. Oh, thank you. Love it. So I was like, why is my toilet paper holder broken? I was so mad. Happened during the show too. I was like, is this real fucking life? Like, I put some snacks on there for my husband because he's a snacker. That's the only other thing that I like added recently was like snacks that we need in the house, and that he's a snack monster. It's the only other things that he likes are like snacks. He's literally a freaking snack monster. So thank you, Vanessa. That was nice of you. Oh, girl, you know what? That's exactly why he needs one. You know, we could hear something today, Pat. It could be today. It could be tomorrow. I don't, it could be either today or tomorrow. Thank you so much, Vanessa. I appreciate you. But girl, you don't need to be forgiven. We say some, things here that people might need to plug their ears for. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, but you're right. That's exactly why I need the goddamn couch cover. So everybody else doesn't have to deal with his, sexual deviancy. That's true. It's very true. I fucking agree with you, Grammy Cheryl. I agree, my friend. 100% agree. All right. Now, I also had to, the other thing I added to my wish list is air conditioners, because I just realized I have one air conditioner and that does not cover 1,100 square feet. It would cover about a quarter of the house. So that means I'm going to need like one 8,000 BTU and one 10,000 BTU to cover the whole house and everybody to be comfortable sleeping. and for me to not sweat balls in this office like I'm doing right now. Because I don't know how I would work through the summer in this without cooling down, man. I'll tell you that much. And I bet those air conditioners go up and up in price too. I guarantee it. In the next month, I guarantee you they just go up and up and up. All right, let's see. Look, get your shit together. I'm so discombobulated today. I'm telling you. Why? Why is he doing this? Why? Why? All right, here it is. Somebody stops it. Okay, here we go. Oh, I gotta move over here. You guys want to see your face because I'm looking at the other screen, but I have my glasses on and I'm still blind as a bat, so excuse me. So it says this case arises from a multi-year conspiracy orchestrated by Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney to subvert and prejudice the criminal justice process in Norfolk County, Massachusetts. Through a coordinated scheme, Reed and Kearney sought to protect and enrich themselves by defaming, harassing, and tormenting the plaintiffs who served as witnesses in connection with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts investigation into the death of John O'Keefe and its prosecution of Reed for his murder. More specifically, Reed and Kearney conspired to defame and did defame the plaintiffs by falsely asserting, among other things, that they were responsible for John O'Keefe's death, conspired to conceal their roles in his death, and framed Reed for murder. The plaintiffs are now and have always been entirely innocent of any involvement in O'Keefe's tragic death. Reed's and Kearney's calculated operation to assassinate the character and reputations of the plaintiffs has caused incalculable harm, subjecting them to a daily tidal wave of hatred, harassment, and intimidation. While the damage to these plaintiffs has been catastrophic, Reed and Kearney's lies have also caused a rupture within the Canton, Massachusetts community, poisoning the community's cohesion and discourse. Reed's and Kearney's lies, which were amplified by a vigorous public relations campaign, tainted the criminal prosecution of Reed and deprived the O'Keefe family and the Commonwealth of justice they deserve. The plaintiffs bring this civil action to finally hold Reed and Kearney accountable for the wreckage that their conduct has caused and to prove in a public forum governed by the rules of evidence that Reed and Kearney individually and collectively pursued a deliberate scheme to spread lies about the plaintiffs, use social media and other amplification means to achieve maximum penetration of those lies, and enrich themselves through their ill-gotten celebrity. Jurisdiction of venue. This court has subject matter jurisdiction over this action pursuant to Massachusetts General Law 212, Section 3. Venue is appropriate in this court pursuant to Mass General Laws 223. 1, because of at least one party to this case, Brian Higgins, resides in Barnstable County. The parties. Defendants. Karen Reed is a resident of North Dighton, Massachusetts. January 29, 2022, intoxicated. Okay, so we know all this. It's basically saying when she was arrested, he died. First, a jury failed to reach unanimous verdict. Then, and they declared a mistrial in 2025. And they retried it and convicted her of driving under the influence, but concluded the Commonwealth failed to prove the guilt before under reasonable doubt of the remaining charges. His defendant, Aidan Kearney, aka Turtleboy, is a resident of Holden, Massachusetts. Kearney owns and operates the website tvdailynews.com and is responsible for the content that appears on that website. Kearney also owns and controls the YouTube channel Turtleboy Live, the Rumble channel Turtleboy Daily News, the Facebook page TV Daily News, the X account under the handle Dr. Turtleboy, Instagram page under the handle Turtleboy_news, and the TikTok account under the handle Turtleboy Daily News with underscores. Kearney monetizes the content he publishes on these various platforms and outlets by selling merchandise and advertising and by asking for donations to his Cash App account at blah, blah, blah. In 2023, a grand jury indicted Kearney on witness intimidation charges related to his conduct towards the plaintiffs. The grand jury accused Kearney of harassing the plaintiffs, charging him with 8 counts of witness intimidation, 5 counts of picketing a witness, and 3 counts of conspiracy to intimidate a witness. Then it goes on about the plaintiffs, where they live, and that they were voluntary witnesses. And then non-parties, John O'Keefe passed away, non-party Alan Jackson was Reed's attorney, non-party David Yannetti was Reed's attorney. Factual background. On January 9th, in the middle of a snowstorm, okay, we know all this stuff. I want to get to the bones of this. Okay, she was arrested, blah, 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 blah. Gannett told the court that O'Keefe's death was an accident by calling the charges a tremendous breach and explaining that Reed had no criminal intent. So let me see if there's more in the comments here. If that's which I should post. I want to see right now. I want to see like the rest of the bones of it, you know, like the whole. That's like the basics of it, right? But some person's like, oh, I want to go after hundreds of thousands who believe it. Like, no. A lot of people drive Subarus. It's fucking crazy. Ugh, listen, you're not kidding, girl. I don't think they make those, but you are totally not fucking kidding with that. I mean, mine should be here any day, and I don't even want to know what it says, to be honest, with the fucking electric and the gas. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to fucking know. They're just ridiculous. As you know, living in Massachusetts, they're really bad. Oh, yeah, he definitely kept asking for them to sue him. He definitely got his wish, you know? It's crazy. Well, here's the thing. With a lawsuit like this, the court can also decide at any point to take anybody off, to add anybody. So they could say, for instance, they say, okay, well, we think this mostly was Aidan. And they can like move to have Karen taken off, and the judge can say, okay, or no, or the judge can say no, right? Or if they think someone else helped in this harassment and the plaintiff just moved to say, have someone added to it, they can do that too. So like, oh, you did? Perfect, thank you. I just gotta refresh, I think. Gotta refresh. Perfect. Thank you. So I mean, this is exactly what he asked for. You guys know that. He asked to be sued over and over. Why don't they sue me then? Why don't they sue me then? If it's defamation, why don't they sue me? Why don't they sue me? Why don't they sue me? Oh, they were gonna sue. I told you guys that a long time ago, and here it is, you know? Wait, not the, what is it? Law girl, not attorney, not those people, right? 6 hours time difference? I hope you're much better getting home from the hospital. Believe me, I've had plenty of trips back to and from freaking hospital, and I'm so sick of seeing doctors in hospitals, it's not even funny at this point. All right. I just try to suck it up these days and not complain, but that's hard. All right, let's see. Let's get to the pages that we didn't read yet. So this part, okay. January 22, Kearney's occupation was that of aspiring internet personality with a limited reach in the greater Boston area. He primarily commented on sports and other media reports. Kearney's objective was to attract attention to himself in order to build a brand and monetize his audience. To do so, Kearney routinely engaged in provocation and courted controversy. While he described himself at times as a, quote, journalist, in fact, Kearney has no journalistic training, editorial standards, or oversight. That would be hilarious if they take his L's, and I hope they do. You know, I'm surprised that they didn't. I mean, again, it would cost more money to add microdots, but like, he needs to stop kissing Aidan's ass, because even, you know, the people who like microdots are even saying to him, like, bro, this is a little much at this point. Like, you kissing his ass is kind of getting old, but like, we see through this at this point, you know? You know, it just is, you know? So then it says the launch of the defamation campaign. Despite her several admissions of liability, by the time she was indicted and arrested on murder and related charges in June 2022, Reed had set in motion a defamation campaign to falsely blame others for O'Keefe's death to escape responsibility for her own culpability. Prior to her arraignment, Reed falsely denied responsibility for O'Keefe's death and, contrary to her prior admissions, falsely stated to law enforcement officers that she was not responsible for O'Keefe's death. Instead, she falsely claimed that O'Keefe had been beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert. Reed knew the statement was false and that Brian Albert and Colin Albert had nothing to do with O'Keefe's death, because she knew she had hit O'Keefe with her car, causing his death. Reed's false accusation against Brian Albert and Colin Albert was recorded on police body cameras and released to the public during a pretrial hearing in April 2024. To facilitate the spread and publication of her lies, Reed found and enlisted Kearney. So this said, this is the first footnote. It says, this complaint does not include each and every example of Reed and Kearney's defamatory statements and conduct. Upon the conclusion of discovery, the plaintiffs will identify all defamatory statements to be presented at trial. And then the second footnote is Karen Reed during arrest for all in the same jail break, Court TV, April 12, 2024. It says, as of April 2023, Kearney and Reed, through an intermediary and Reed's counsel, began communicating with one another to further Reed's defamatory scheme against the plaintiffs. Kearney described the intermediary as a copy and paste vessel that just sent messages between Reed and him. They had to have caught on by now. They're just ignoring it because they're making money off of it. That's why. You know? Yeah, but in Massachusetts, they'll put a lien on your shit. They don't give a fuck. You know? Oh, he's going to need a civil attorney. How much you want to bet that he starts doing these 12-hour streams and expecting other people to do it to get money for his defense fund so he can now do this civil stuff? Nah. Hilarious. And stupid enough, people will pay for it for him. It's not, I mean, I can't wait until they see what comes out in this discovery. It's going to blow some people's fucking minds, and they're going to be like, wow, and we actually helped this guy, and we gave him money, and wow. He's a scumbag, dude. Just remember that. You think he lied about Meredith a lot? The amount of lying that he has done about pretty much everyone he's ever talked about is fucking insane. Okay? Insane. So it says, Reed used an intermediary, blah, 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 to correspond with Kearney to conceal the defendant's relationship and to create a basis upon which she could plausibly deny her role in Kearney's false claims. Pursuant to the scheme, Kearney would publicize and widely disseminate Reed's false claims about the plaintiffs and others in an effort to destroy the reputations of these individuals so that Reed could evade responsibility for causing the death of O'Keefe. As part of this scheme, Reed sought to launder defamatory material by gratuitously including it in pleadings filed with the court. For example, on April 12, 2023, Reed, through her counsel, filed a discovery motion for a second time to obtain Brian Albert's phone, in which she falsely stated that Brian Albert and Colin Albert were responsible for O'Keefe's death and that McCabe was the mastermind who covered it up. Reed knew these statements were false. Reed, through her counsel, also attached several non-public documents to the filing that had zero relevance to narrow the issue before the court. The purpose, in part, of these extraneous non-public documents was to convey them surreptitiously to Kearney, who then would amplify the public dissemination of the defamatory material, all in furtherance of the defendant's defamation scheme. For example, Reed attached an unredacted copy of the Canton Police Department's incident report that listed the private addresses, phone numbers, and social security numbers of the plaintiffs. Reed made this filing in direct violation of Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court Rule 124 and did so for the purpose of giving this information to Kearney so that he would further disseminate Reed's false claims. After this filing, Reed, through her intermediary, forwarded her April 12th filing to Kearney for the purpose of Kearney publishing and widely disseminating her false statements. With encouragement and direction from Reed, Kearney published his first blog post. Days after receiving these false statements from Reed, indeed, prior to Kearney's April 18, 2023 publication, Kearney shared his draft blog with Reed through her intermediary, who provided Kearney with dozens of corrections, which Kearney understood to be from Reed. After Kearney received and adopted these corrections, Reed, through her intermediary, texted Kearney, "Amazeball sauce, and thank you so much." Like, what the fuck? Yeah, don't do that. He's also like charged people 2, 3, 4 times for the same thing. So you got to be careful, you know? Well, he is. It's unfortunate, but there's nothing we can do about it. We've warned them until the cows come home. I've warned them until the cows come home. So there's really nothing else. Like, his deposition is definitely going to be unhinged. I will tell you guys that there is actual evidence of what they're claiming right now, that Karen sent dozens of corrections about his first blog post back and forth, and it was through Natalie. And so that happened, okay? And so the problem here is if Aidan's first blog post about this whole case that he wrote, he got dozens of fucking things wrong, quote, wrong, to the point where Karen had to, quote, correct them, right? Why does he still claim that he's a investigatory journalist? He doesn't fucking actually investigate anything. People tell him what to write or pay him to write it, and he does. You know, unfortunately, they have these messages. The Amazeball sauce, thank you so much. The sending, they have those. So that's going to be a problem for him. Then on April 18th, 2023, the defendant's defamation campaign went public when Kearney published the first two parts of his Canton cover-up series. In part one, Kearney stated that Jennifer McCabe did not kill O'Keefe since she's not physically capable of that. Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and the dog were more capable of that, and Colin Albert had the motive. Jen McCabe was the quarterback of the cover-up. He also explained that Jennifer McCabe would never have been able to cover up this murder without the assistance of law enforcement. Kearney admitted that he made these statements based on beliefs relayed to him by his, quote, sources. Although not identified at the time, these sources were Reed and her legal team. In part two, and then it says, the little footnotes say Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court Rule 124 prohibits the filing of personal identifying information in court documents without appropriate redactions to reduce the possibility of using such documents for identity theft, the unwarranted invasion of privacy, or other improper sources. As the date of filing, this series is now up to 545 parts. Aidan Kearney, Canton Cover Up Part 1, blah, 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 TV Daily News, April 18, 2023, and then it's a link to that. In part two, Kearney posted screenshots of people's messages to him that were critical of his defamatory statements. He made no effort to redact the names and proceeded to publicly mock them. Kearney claimed that most people are shocked and outraged about the mountain of evidence indicating O'Keefe was killed by fellow BPD Sergeant Brian Albert, his nephew Colin Albert, and possibly others. In reality, this blog post by Kearney, like numerous other defamatory statements that he made, was funneled by Reed to her accomplice Kearney with knowledge that he would publish it. To Fox News, Kearney later explained that after he published the beginning of his Canton cover-up series, his blog, quote, exploded. He had a record-setting audience with over 500,000 views. Elsewhere, Kearney explained that when he would first go live on his YouTube channel, he would usually have about 300 live viewers. But he had over 2,000 on the first night during his first live stream about the Canton cover-up. With this newly found audience, Kearney was now able to disseminate Reed's false narrative for an even larger audience, as Reed intended. Indeed, given the success of the first show at publishing and disseminating Reed's false narrative to a wider audience, Reed's intermediary told Kearney that Reed's counsel, Jackson and Yanity, wanted to speak directly with Kearney. The conversation between Kearney and Reed's counsel occurred on April 20th, 2023, in which they spoke about Reed's campaign. Kearney secretly recorded that conversation. Shut the fuck up, bro. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God, we can't make this shit up, you guys. My fucking God, we can't make this shit up. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. He secretly recorded that conversation that happened between Karen Reed, Aidan, Yanety, and Jackson. Like, who the wow, bro. Yeah, no, girl, listen, I'm already reading the court documents. All right, you're behind. You're behind. He fucking recorded the conversation. I can't believe that. That is fucking crazy. It says right here. The conversation between Kearney and Reed's counsel occurred April 20th, 2023, in which they spoke about Reed's campaign. Kearney secretly recorded that conversation. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. Oh man, this man can not get out of his own fucking way. Okay? Not get out of his own way. He fucking recorded the conversation. Want to know why? I can tell you why. Because what he wanted to do later on is brag about it. Like, look at how cool I am, guys. They picked me, had a whole conversation with me. This was to prove anything. Also, it was to keep in his back pocket in case he needed to use it as blackmail. How many times do you think he probably used that as blackmail? Just wondering. How many times, guys, do you think he used it as blackmail? I'm just wondering. Fucking amazing. Freaking amazing. Okay. Yeah, he's done. I can't believe that. All right, let's keep reading. I didn't write this, you guys. This is just what's filed with the court, but holy fuck. Holy shit. Dude does love to record, like, illegal wiretapping once again. Illegal wire, that's illegal, that's a crime. Wiretapping, okay? Illegal wiretapping. Says, okay, 2 days after speaking directly to Reed's counsel on April 22nd, 2023, Kearney made additional false statements at the direction of Reed. In episode 575 of his weekend live show, Kearney repeated Reed's false claim that O'Keefe was killed inside 34 Fairview during a fight with Colin Albert and O'Brien Albert. During that show, Kearney also used the phone numbers that Reed and her counsel intentionally made public in their April 12, 2023 Rule 17 motion. Kearney used those numbers to call McCabe and Brian Albert and directly accuse them both of a cover-up. Kearney's voicemail left on Brian Albert's phone asked, "Did you kill John O'Keefe or was it your nephew Colin? And are you covering for him? How did your dog get downstairs and begin biting Mr. O'Keefe?" Later in the April 22nd, 2023 show, Kearney shared images of the Canton Police Department's incident report, distributing to his thousands of followers the private addresses, phone numbers, and social security numbers of the plaintiffs. As a direct result of Kearney publicizing their personal identifying information, which she received from Reed, the plaintiffs, who were not generally recognized or responsible for O'Keefe's death, began to experience disturbing levels of defamation, harassment, and abuse by members of Kearney's audience. That's what he wanted. You know? Yeah, I know he said that. He's a fucking liar. He's a fucking liar. Well, I like to try, if there's anything that, like, you don't understand, you guys got to speak up in chat so I can explain it to you. Because I will stop at points if I think you don't understand the legalese of some of it and explain to you what that means, if that makes sense. But, all right. Higgins is in this. This is 50 pages long. So it says, this is exactly what Reed intended when she began to use Kearney to disseminate and publish her false story. Well, this is also what Aidan intended. That's what he intended. Indeed, minutes after Kearney's April 22nd, 2023 broadcast ended, Yannetti, who was watching the live broadcast, messaged Kearney congratulating him. "That was priceless, dude. Great fucking show. Really enjoyed the turtle reporting." Yet Reed and her counsel repeatedly deceived the public about Reed's coordination and relationship with Kearney, in part because they knew that using Kearney as a defamation mouthpiece could subject Reed to civil liability for defamation and related civil misconduct. For example, during a September 2023 Boston Magazine interview, Reed and her counsel stated they had never been in contact with Kearney, which was obviously not true in September of 2023. This statement was false and intended to hide the fact that Kearney was carrying out Reed's defamatory scheme. Moreover, 20 months after telling Kearney that his April 22, 2023 show accusing McCabe, Brian Albert, and Colin Albert of being involved in the death of O'Keefe was great fucking show, Yannetti disavowed Reed's relationship with Kearney. In an address he gave at Boston College Law School on November 11, 2024, regarding Reed's first trial, Yannetti said he had concerns about Kearney and that he was someone you want to keep at arm's length. Yannetti also said, notwithstanding his undisclosed direct and indirect communications and coordination with Kearney, that Kearney's tactics are not the tactics of a refined defense attorney. Similarly, Jackson publicly denied communicating and coordinating with Kearney. In an October 18, 2024 interview, Jackson denied involving Kearney in Reed's public strategy. Yet, during that same interview, Reed acknowledged she had communicated with Kearney frequently, but she limited that disclosure, claiming that the two only spoke in the months leading up to her March 2024 criminal trial. Footnote 10, Gretchen Voss, the Karen Reed case in Canton, the killing that tore a town apart. That's where she had that interview with Boston Magazine. Alyssa Hatfield defending Karen Reed, Boston College Law. That was the thing on November 11, 2024. And Abby Patkin, highlights from Karen Reed's Dateline special from a coy tipster with calls to turtleboyboston.com, was October 21st, 2024. Well, that's what's going to happen. Oh, you know how she's going to traverse those and say, Higgins, McCabe's, and Albert's. So it was Jen McCabe, Brian Higgins, and Brian and Colin Albert. Colin needed his own lawsuit. Honestly, he did ruin that kid's life. They didn't even use Colin. Of course, Karen's team didn't use Colin in the second trial because he had nothing to do with anything, and that was like proven in the first trial. And so what did they do? Is completely not even say his fucking name in the second trial, but they ruined that poor kid's life for no reason. Like, and I think the kid needs his own fucking lawsuit, you know? Oh, he's definitely going to need a better attorney to go after that, to go up after this. Again, this lawyer is the lawyer that sued Alex Jones on behalf of the parents of Sandy Hook and won like a something billion-dollar settlement against Alex Jones and InfoWars for spreading misinformation that Alex Jones admitted was not true. And them having to deal with that. So you can bet your ass this guy knows what he's doing when it comes to these types of cases. I knew about this a long time ago, like about the attorney, but it wasn't my information to share, right? So I knew, you know, it would come out when the lawsuit came out, and then we could tell you guys. But I already knew that this was going to be one of the people helping them with this, and that it was taking time. It takes time, unfortunately. All right. On April 24th, 2023, Kearney published part 10 of his Canton cover-up series, wherein he accused McCabe of covering up a murder and pretending to be a compassionate person while a completely innocent woman faces decades in prison. In response, Reed, through her intermediary, messaged Kearney stating, "Please tell Kearney that article might be his best so far." Kearney responded, "Really? That from her?" Meaning Reed. The intermediary replied, "Yup." Since April 2023, Kearney has published 545 parts to his Canton cover-up series, along with countless other pieces of content, including posts on X and YouTube falsely claiming that the plaintiffs were responsible for O'Keefe's death. Kearney's content has spanned thousands of tweets, hundreds of blog posts, hundreds of YouTube videos, and countless other public statements across a variety of platforms. Kearney has also continued to spread his harmful defamatory statements and interviews with multiple sources. The conspiracy continues. Reed and Kearney continued communicating before, during, and after her trials to coordinate their defamation of the plaintiffs. Reed and Kearney agreed to act in concert and use their defamation of the plaintiffs to subvert the Commonwealth's prosecution and attract an audience and to monetize that audience and their celebrity. In furtherance of this scheme, Reed regularly funneled non-public information to Kearney using tradecraft such as intermediaries so that Kearney could selectively publish at Reed's behest certain non-public material for purpose of casting false suspicion on the plaintiffs and away from Reed. Reed instructed Kearney to falsely claim that he had not received information from Reed when in fact he had done exactly that. For example, on April 23rd, 2023, despite having already publicly accused Colin Albert of O'Keefe's murder at Reed's direction and encouragement, Kearney inquired of Reed's intermediary regarding how Reed knew that Colin Albert was ever at 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022, after O'Keefe allegedly arrived. In response, Reed, through the intermediary, responded, "Brian and Nicole and Chris and Julie all testified he was there, but I can't send the grand jury testimony because it's sealed." That statement was not true, as no witness ever testified that Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview on January 29th after Reed's vehicle arrived at that location. That same day, Reed also informed Kearney through the intermediary about the details of an alleged non-public, ongoing, separate investigation apparently related to law enforcement's investigation of O'Keefe's death. In a message to Kearney, Reed, through the intermediary, stated, "Not public. The feds have been involved longer than anyone is likely guessing." Moreover, on December 1st, 2023, Kearney posted a YouTube video in which he included audio that had been recovered from O'Keefe's phone by investigators. Wearing a Jackson Yannetti 2024 t-shirt that is for sale on his website, Kearney played audio from a voicemail that Reed was leaving for O'Keefe at the time she found his body, incidentally capturing McCabe calling 911. At the time of Kearney's YouTube video, only the Commonwealth, Reed, and Reed's legal team possessed the audio file. Eventually, Reed and Kearney started communicating directly for the purpose of sharing information, coordinating the timing of defamatory publications, and aligning Reed's litigation strategy with their shared public defamation campaign. To do so, Reed utilized Signal, an encrypted messaging system that avoids detection and aids deletion of communications. So Signal is an app. If you guys don't know what it is, it's an app that deletes messages or encrypts them so that they can't be, I guess, gotten by like extractions or devices. The problem is actually they now have figured out a way to get into Signal. But nonetheless, Aidan's dumb enough that what he did was screenshot messages on Signal with Karen because, well, he's got to brag, guys, you know, because he's so amazing and awesome. He has to brag about being in contact with Karen. So what does he do? Screenshots a bunch of messages, which they later find in his phone extraction, right? So it says eventually they started communicating for the purpose of sharing information, coordinating and timing all defamatory publications, and aligning Reed's litigation strategy, blah, blah, blah. Okay, this is Signal, right? Reed and Kearney ultimately exchanged over 189 phone calls, totaling more than 40 hours in 2023 alone, not including the countless messages exchanged through Signal. In conspiring with Kearney to defame the plaintiffs, Reed knew that Kearney's and her statements blaming plaintiffs for the murder of O'Keefe were false, because in reality, she was responsible for O'Keefe's death. In furtherance of the scheme, on May 3rd, 2023, Kearney met with Reed, Jackson, and Yannetti for the purpose of coordinating Kearney's extrajudicial defamatory publications with Reed's litigation and media strategy. The same day, and after the meeting with Reed and her counsel, Kearney posted a YouTube video reacting to Jackson's press conference after a court appearance. During this video, Kearney stated John O'Keefe was murdered by Brian Albert and Colin Albert, and that freaking dog and every other person in that house remains quiet to this day and participated in the lie. They're all guilty of murder as far as I'm concerned. They're participating in it. By accusing every other single person in that house, Kearney intended to include McCabe and Higgins in his defamatory statement, a fact that his followers would have understood in light of prior publications. On May 24th, 2023, in conjunction with publishing part 39 of his Canton cover-up series, Kearney published a YouTube video reacting to Jackson's press conference following another court appearance. In the video, Kearney stated Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert were involved. They're covering it up. In a subsequent blog post, he continued, the McCabes have the look of evil in them when you see them in person. These are people with no shame that aren't the least bit deterred by the fact that millions of people know they participated in the murder and subsequent cover-up of a murder of a Boston police officer. I wonder with his self-awareness if he understands that, you know, thousands, not millions, but thousands of people know that he's a con man and a liar. At this point, like a lot of it's like the shit he says is straight projection, you know? Lots and lots of projection. Days later, on May 30th, 2023, Kearney published part 43 of his Canton cover-up series. Oh yeah, definitely he's going to do a fundraiser. 100% he is. I'm fucking calling it now. Where he discussed McCabe again, referring to her as Horseface, and reposting a video that Kearney previously took confronting McCabe and calling her a cop killer. Notably, the blog post covered the denial of an ex parte harassment prevention order that McCabe sought against Kearney in Stoughton District Court based on his repeated public harassment of her. However, McCabe's HBO request was not public information. Instead, Kearney received this information directly from Reed's counsel, Yannetti, who sent a text message to Kearney that McCabe's request for an HBO had been made and denied. In particular, Yannetti wrote to Kearney, HBO denied. Then on June 6, 2023, McCabe traveled with her husband to attend their children's sporting event in Billerica. Kearney traveled to the same event at Reed's behest with the purpose of accosting the McCabes, in which she did in a video that he posted online. Kearney then wrote a blog post about the interaction, stating Jen and Matt McCabe do not deserve to live a normal life and pretend they weren't involved in murdering a Boston police officer. In a subsequent video, Kearney again discussed his harassment of the McCabe family, stating, I went to her kid's lacrosse game and made a scene there and got kicked out because I kept calling her a cop killer. On July 23rd, 2023, Kearney met with Reed and Jackson again in person. The purpose of this meeting was for Reed, Jackson, and Kearney to meet with the national CBS News correspondent over dinner at a steakhouse in downtown Boston to discuss Reed's criminal case. This meeting occurred the day after a, quote, rolling rally, organized by Kearney, took place where nearly 50 cars drove in tandem through the streets of Canton, expressing their support for Reed. During the rally, Kearney stopped at the homes of Brian Albert and McCabe, who were home at the time, shouting into a bullhorn that Brian Albert and McCabe were covering up O'Keefe's murder. Kearney's behavior at the rally enjoyed the support of Reed and her legal team. Indeed, the day of the rally, Yannetti messaged Kearney, thank you for your continued support. Next day, Kearney hosted his weekend live show on YouTube. During his show, Kearney stated that Jen McCabe killed or helped kill. Let's keep it a book. That's what she did. She killed John O'Keefe. He proceeded to question why O'Keefe's family was associating with McCabe by stating, Jen McCabe killed her uncle, and then you're escorting her to the fucking orientation. And Jen McCabe killed your son. She fucking killed him. On August 9th, I don't even know what civil attorney would take this for him, to be honest. He's going to probably have a hard time finding one that's decent. Just saying. With all the evidence that they have, that I know that they have against him, his goose is cooked. His goose is fucking cooked. Oh, he is definitely going to have a field day. I mean, to be fair, Cosgrove has all this already. On August 9th, 2023, Kearney published part 96 of his Canton cover-up series. He began the blog post by explaining the movement for justice for John O'Keefe and Karen Reed continues to grow by the day. Although Turtleboy was the first media outlet to really dig deep into the story, it has taken on a life of its own, independent of our award-winning journalism. The Facebook group dedicated to discussion of this topic has nearly 20K members and is one of the most active groups you will see on the platform. In his post, Kearney bragged about the fact he was able to amass his followers with well over 100 cars and at least 200 to 300 people scattered everywhere in front of the McCabe home. He included pictures of himself wearing a Free Karen Reed t-shirt next to someone wearing the t-shirt sold by Kearney. Kearney lambasted the Canton police chief by saying it's disgusting and pathetic that this public official is treating a cop killer like the victim of a crime. This is the problem. The McCabes and Alberts are treated as royalty in this town, and they know that the police will go out of their way to protect them. This is why they felt so emboldened to kill a man, frame a woman, and think they could get away with it, Kearney stated. It's painfully obvious to anyone with a brain that the McCabes and Alberts murdered John O'Keefe. On September 5th, 2023, Kearney directed remarks in a YouTube video towards Chris Albert, the father of Colin Albert. He bragged, I go down to your pizza shop and I stand out there for an hour and I yell shit about your son. I just shit all over your child, Chris. I go down there and I shit all over him and I accuse him of some of the most heinous things possible and I affect business. People don't want to go into your business because of the things that I'm saying. I'm telling cards going by what your family did and what you're being accused of and what you've done to cover this thing up and what a scumbag you are and how you don't pay your bills. By early September 2023, Reed's team was concerned the police were potentially going to charge Kearney with witness harassment. If that were to happen, Reed's counsel, Yannetti, expressed concern to Kearney that if it happens, then a judge prohibits you from having contact with the witnesses. This prospect concerned Reed, Yannetti, and Jackson, since they feared silencing Kearney would impact the defendant's campaign against the plaintiffs. Indeed, on September 9, 2023, Yannetti messaged Kearney regarding the plaintiffs, stating these bastards deserve all the scorn we're giving them. With Kearney silenced, the scorn Reed intended to incite might diminish. In addition to using Kearney as a tool to seed the public discourse with defamatory material, Reed, through her counsel, also hired a private investigator, Sarah Ness. Ness had previously worked with Jackson in connection with his representation of a disgraced sex offender, Harvey Weinstein, and was deployed in that case to discredit victims of Weinstein's crimes. On September 17, 2023, at the direction of Reed and Jackson, Ness visited the home of Higgins. Reed and Jackson directed Ness to question Higgins and other witnesses using tactics similar to those used against victims and witnesses in the Weinstein criminal trial. While Ness confronted Higgins, who Reed and her counsel knew was represented by counsel at the time, Reed and her counsel watched from a blacked out SUV, with Reed texting Kearney in real time about Ness's efforts. Sorry, in the car with the lawyers, stirring shit up again. When Higgins refused to speak with Ness, Reed texted Kearney again, this time seeking the address of Sarah Levinson, another witness who would ultimately testify against Reed. Following Higgins' refusal to cooperate with Ness, the defendants directed additional defamation and defamatory conduct at him. As a federal law enforcement special agent with covert undercover responsibilities, Higgins suffered profound damage to his career as a result of the defendant's false and widely publicized statements that Higgins was involved in O'Keefe's murder. In addition, due to Reed and Kearney's defamation, individuals have traveled to Higgins' residence for the purpose of taking photographs and videos. Higgins has been surveilled, and individuals inspired by Reed's and Kearney's defamation campaign have trespassed and vandalized his property. Kearney himself has personally harassed Higgins by visiting Higgins' residence on multiple occasions for the purpose of confronting him and generating content to be published on platforms Kearney controls. On September 19th, 2023, Kearney hosted his weekday live show. In his show, Kearney stated, "What I'm saying right now is I'm not saying this as a matter of opinion. I'm saying this as a matter of fact, that Jen McCabe participated in killing and planning to kill and cover up the murder of John O'Keefe. I'm saying that. That's not my opinion. That's a fact." What a fucking idiot to say that. How stupid do you have to be like, it's a fact? Unless you know it 100% to be a fact. Otherwise, come on, dude. Stop. Like, he nailed his coffin right there by saying it's a fact, not an opinion. Like, come on. He went on to taunt McCabe by exclaiming, "Jen McCabe participated in killing John O'Keefe, so sue me. Why don't you just sue me? Because you did it? Because she did it? That's why. Because she did it." During the same live show, well, you got your wish, Aidan, they're suing you. During the same live show, Kearney also called McCabe's brother-in-law, Bob Galvin, after someone sent Kearney $10 to his Cash App with Mr. Galvin's number. That's so fucking gross. That's so fun. If anybody ever sent me a Cash App or a Venmo or a PayPal with someone else's number to her, with the purpose of like trying to harass them, I'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What the actual fuck is wrong with you? Like what? Who does that? Oh, that's right. These fucking people do that because he makes it look like it's normal behavior. So if he does it, they think it's okay to do it too. No, it's fucking not okay. Not okay. Not even a little. Okay. Kearney left a voicemail for Mr. Galvin in which he claimed, among other things, your sister-in-law Jen, she done killed that motherfucker. Thrilled by the level of exposure and overall impact that Kearney's publications were having on Reed's defamation campaign, Reed messaged Kearney through Signal on September 29, 2023, stating, "Look at what you've done to their reputations and to my jury pool." Oof, that's not going to be good for them. They have that message. "Chris Albert's business is the next casualty, just a matter of time." Reed was referring to the public degradation of the reputations of, among others, the plaintiffs. Around the same time, Reed and Kearney became administrators of the Facebook group Justice for John O'Keefe and the Karen Reed Turtleboy Official. As administrators, Kearney and Reed maintained complete control over the Facebook group, including the ability to approve or deny posts, delete posts or comments, and approve or deny new members. The group became a feeding ground for defamatory and harassing posts made regarding the plaintiffs. Reed personally posted in the group on several occasions, including instances where she shared confidential information regarding her criminal case that had not been previously made known to the public. On March 12, 2024, Kearney posted a 2-hour recap following one of his last court appearances before Reed's first trial. In the video, Kearney stated, "We called them murderers because they are. They are. They murdered John O'Keefe, and I will not shut up about that. You can call them witnesses all you fucking want. They murdered John O'Keefe. That's a fact. It's undeniable. We don't know who delivered the fatal blow, but they all fucking did it." Kearney attempted to justify his harassment and defamation of the plaintiffs by claiming that they deserved it. For example, Kearney admitted that he harassed McCabe at her daughter's lacrosse game and attempted to justify that conduct as follows. "Well, guess what? Jennifer McCabe murdered a Boston police officer. She doesn't have a right to not be asked questions in public about that. You murdered someone. You don't just get to walk around like none of this happened." Before launching the defamation campaign with Reed against the plaintiffs, Kearney's YouTube channel only had 25,000 subscribers. Before the first trial, Kearney's followers had ballooned to 70,000 YouTube subscribers. The profit model. See the profit model. Yeah, he's being sued. You know, he bitched and whined about it. "Why don't you just sue me? Why don't you just sue me?" Well, they're suing him. They're suing him. Kearney's willingness to work with Reed and his conduct is based on twin motives. Sorry, guys. Greed and fame. Well, I think it's greed and fame and ego. It's not even openly. I can't. His own words, I feel like, will forever sink him. I'm so hungry right now. Let's see. Where was I? Here it is. Kearney's business model relies on his ability to attract an audience by spreading outrage and mistrust, including most centrally through his defamatory statements about the plaintiffs. It is a very lucrative business model. Kearney and Reed have built an audience and personal celebrity by spreading these false narratives. Kearney holds himself out as a trusted reporter, regularly referring to himself as an award-winning journalist and a truth teller, when in fact he is nothing more than a willing purveyor of and a vessel for defamatory material that Reed fed him to publish for her own selfish purposes. Once Kearney captures his audience's attention with outrageous claims, he exploits their anger and mistrust by urging them to pay him money in exchange for products that echo the false worldview he promotes. In his internet-based shows and content, Kearney hawks merchandise, exploiting the Canton cover-up, his dishonest characterization of events, a Boston cop possibly being involved in murdering another cop, followed by an elaborate cover-up designed to frame the murdered cop's girlfriend, a design featuring a Massachusetts license plate with the word framed as the number, and a t-shirt featuring the text of a Google search that Kearney has repeatedly lied about, just to name a few. They're both named in it. Oh God, this is so fucking long, dude. Sorry guys, my voice already starting to go and me already being like not at 50% of health wise. This is a lot rolling on page 21. Kearney consistently hustles his followers to donate directly to him on his homepage, and in his posts, his YouTube features a defense fund where followers continue to send him money in his pursuit of defending free speech. And during his live streams, he shares the names and messages of people who donate to him directly while watching his content. For example, during one live stream, he listed that Stephanie sends $10 and says, Brian Higgins' car, front of mailbox. How does that work? Help. Thank you very much, Stephanie. Jim Ferris Bueller sends $5 and says, hey, Liberace, that shirt's going to irritate your nips. Jason EMT sends $5, no comment. Thank you, Jason EMT. Carrie sends $5 and says, what news station is covering trial? All of them? All of them. Brooke sends $250 and says, free Karen Reed. And can you say hi, Jennifer? Hi, Jennifer. Greg sends $50 and says, class of 94. We love you, John. Great to see that. Great to see that. Thank you very much, Greg. Okay. And Laura sends $10 and says, please wear that shirt to court Tuesday. After personally recognizing his followers, Kearney goes on to direct his other followers to donate to him at the link on his website or directly through Cash App. Kearney's followers buy subscriptions, donate to him, purchase merchandise, and continue to visit his website and YouTube page, all of which boosts his attractiveness to advertisers. Kearney has estimated his monthly income to be $45,000 to $50,000, which he attributes to his defamatory discussions of the Reed case. God. I'm sorry, guys. My fucking throat. What I want right now is like a hot pizza. I haven't had pizza in forever. I really want like pizza for some reason, and I'm not possessing any pizza in the house, but I just had a hankering for like pizza. Don't ask me why. Yeah, he is in deep sewage. I mean, deep, deep sewage. Every lie. Well, that's the thing, is a lot of this stuff, what people don't realize is a lot of this stuff he's being accused of, there's like receipts for. And like, I tried to warn people, he's a fucking con man and a liar, and no one wanted to listen to me. Okay. Kearney publicly defends Cripp's model by explaining, well, it's capitalism. He creates a service that people think is worth giving their hard-earned money to. That's capitalism. That's their choice. He claims that people want to give him money. People want to buy Turtle Club subscriptions. People want to buy stuff from his store. In coordination with Reed and at her behest, Kearney spread elaborate and false narratives about the plaintiffs because doing so attracted attention, personal notoriety, and a buying audience. He deliberately stokes social anxiety and political discord to his listeners because distrust in government and cultural tribalism motivates those listeners to buy his products. Kearney also sought production and movie deals to further monetize his highly public defamation and harassment campaign against plaintiffs. On July 1st, 2023, just 3 months after Kearney began working with Reed to disseminate her false claims and harass witnesses, Kearney reported to Jackson he had received an offer for a Karen Reed documentary from B-17 Entertainment, California production company. Reed's first trial began with jury selection. Kearney took his live stream on April 17th and wondered if they can find jurors that aren't tainted already because Turtleboy is everywhere. He proceeded to claim that they can't find a jury in the United States of America anywhere, any county, anywhere, because Turtleboy is too big. The fact that he actually believes that is fucking bonkers. Oh, absolutely. How much you want to bet it goes up from 500,000 to like something crazy? Like, again, I've said it a million times. Nobody wants to support truth tellers. Nobody wants to support people doing the right thing. They want to support pieces of shit like him, and it shows, you know? There's nothing I can do about that, unfortunately. But you just got to hope that people want to do the right thing and they, you know, want to fucking support people, want to help people instead of hurt people. You know, that's all he does is hurt people. It's all he'll ever do. He doesn't know how to do anything else, unfortunately. It's just the truth. On April 20th, Kearney interviewed an excused juror who had previously engaged with his content and had been a member of his Facebook group. She explained that when she arrived for jury duty, she saw Free Karen Reed signs all along the street, people wearing pink in support of Reed, and that she could hear the protesters inside the courthouse. She also said everyone in the room said they had previously heard about the case. During the same live stream, Kearney played a clip covering the courthouse from Court TV. He proceeded to verbally attack the host, who expressed dissatisfaction with the conduct of Kearney and his followers, claiming it was disgraceful of them to harass the O'Keefe family. Kearney said, referring to McCabe, "You know what's disgraceful, Julie Grant? I'll tell you what's really disgraceful is when someone who Googled how long to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m. because they wanted to make sure, they wanted to see and find out how long it would take for John O'Keefe to die in the snow. When a person like that shows up with the O'Keefe family and rubs their shoulders and starts a support group called Peggy's Angels, that's disgusting." Imagine, like, saying it's disgusting to support a murder victim's fucking mother. I mean, what the fuck? Like, what? Karma is one hell of a bitch, that's for fucking sure. You know, no one feels fucking bad for his ass. Kearney went on to say McCabe's sick and sadistic and twisted, and that he has nothing but hatred to her, as I should, because I'm normal. Dude's far from normal. I'm a rational person. No, he's not. Any rational person hates Jen McCabe and is disgusted by her because Jen McCabe is a pig. She's a cop-killing pig. He proceeded to mock the Court TV host again, saying she supports a cop-killing pig like Jennifer McCabe, who Googled how long to die in the cold. On May 17, 2024, following the first day of McCabe's trial testimony, Kearney posted on X that McCabe was a psychopath and that she knew exactly where O'Keefe was dying in the cold on Brian Albert's front lawn. She plotted to put him there. On May 21st, 2024, Kearney published part 354 of his Canton cover-up series, in which he summarized the testimony of the plaintiffs and claimed the plaintiffs lied their way through their testimony. He claimed that they have all have nearly identical, well-rehearsed stories, which isn't surprising because they've had 2 years to make sure they have them straight and their lives depend on the consistency. He also explained that all the plaintiffs were caught in lies at some point during their testimony. On June 7, 2024, Kearney joined the Morning Club YouTube channel to discuss the Reed trial. After being praised for literally creating all of the fanfare surrounding Reed's trial, Kearney touted that people believed, in response to Kearney's coverage of the case, that the plaintiffs engaged in a legitimate cover-up and a framing of an innocent woman in order to protect some of the most unlikable people ever. Like, it's not like they're trying to cover up and protect likable, nice people. Like, they are protecting Jennifer McCabe, who nobody likes. She's like a Disney villain. She's so bad. And, like, you're protecting her of all people, he said. On June 22nd, 2024, Kearney hosted his weekend live show as Reed's defense team began presenting their case. During the show, Kearney directed comments towards a member of the Albert family and said, "Your family murdered a cop, a human being," and then they covered it up and they blamed an innocent woman. This is not an opinion. This is a fact. It's an undeniable fact. The bigger injustice is that John O'Keefe was murdered by the Alberts and left outside to die. In March 2025, HBO released a 5-part docuseries covering Karen Reed's first trial in depth, which featured interviews with Reed, Jackson, and Yannetti filmed during Reed's first trial. Episode 2 features the relationship that developed between Reed and Kearney before and during trial. Yannetti admitted that they wanted media coverage of her case initially. There was no coverage, but according to Yannetti, the Karen Reed case really started to blow up when Turtleboy started shining a light on Karen's innocence. Unetti did not disclose that it was Reed and her team who recruited Kearney to disseminate Reed's false statements. Reed admitted that her lawyers said that she could provide information to Kearney so long as it was public, but advised her not to speak with him directly. Nevertheless, she said she got nervous about who she was using as a third party, so she ended up developing a direct relationship with him herself. They started talking about the case probably once a day, 5-6 days a week. Reed, however, failed to disclose to HBO that her counsel on her behalf were directly communicating with Kearney at the outset of the defamation scheme. It's a footnote that says McAlberts became shorthand for the McCabe and Albert families to Kearney and his followers. In the same HBO series, one of Kearney's followers admitted that Kearney had spurred them to take public action. Another admitted that Turtleboy was the reason there was people outside the courthouse every single day. The documentary features footage of Kearney conceding that his purpose in canvassing the communities and creating a daily courthouse presence was to affect the jury pool. Kearney's followers so incendiary that the judge created a 200-foot buffer zone around the courthouse and ordered that no one carry any signs or wear any clothing with the intent to influence what was happening inside during the trial. Nevertheless, Kearney's followers, who were steeped in his lies about the plaintiff, showed up every day chanting "Free Karen Reed" and wearing pink as a symbol of their support. The run-up to Reed's retrial. July 1st, a mistrial was declared in the first trial after 8 jurors decided that Reed was guilty of manslaughter, but 4 jurors disagreed. Following the deadlock, the Commonwealth announced its intention to retry the case. Kearney and Reed persisted in their defamation campaign against the plaintiffs. For example, July 22nd, Kearney hosted a live show from outside the courtroom during a pretrial hearing. The video, which is set outside the courthouse, depicts Kearney confronting a police officer who was directing Kearney away from an individual whom the court had restrained Kearney from contacting. Kearney proceeded to harass other supporters of the O'Keefe family outside the courthouse by saying they're just supporting cop killers. They're supporting the cop killing McAlberts. That's what they're here to do. These are the cop killing McAlberts. These are the people supporting the cop killers who murdered John O'Keefe in cold blood. They murdered him. They murdered John O'Keefe in cold blood. He asked the bystanders, "Are you proud to support cop killers like the McAlberts?" He continued, "I didn't kill someone like Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and they all did. I didn't kill anyone, but yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They murdered him. They murdered John O'Keefe in cold blood." On July 29th, 2024, Kearney published part 382 of his Canton cover-up series. In this post, Kearney explained, "I've been fighting for justice for John for the last 15 months. I sacrificed my freedom for that." No, he didn't, by the way. No, he fucking didn't. "But because the O'Keefe family can't get over their hatred for Karen and they have too much pride to admit that they've been conned by John's killers, they want me to rot in prison." And first of all, everyone wants you to rot in prison because you commit crimes, buddy. Okay, that's how it works. You commit crimes, you go to prison. And you know, that's weird, right? When you commit crimes, you go to prison. I know, so weird. Kearney also explained that the reason he faced witness intimidation charges was because I am standing up for justice for John and because I have questioned the people who the evidence shows murdered John. On August 17, 2024, Kearney hosted his weekend live show on YouTube. In his show, he discussed a documentary about Scott Peterson's involvement in Lacey Peterson's murder in 2002. Kearney stated, "That's how I view the McAlberts, the same way those reporters view Scott Peterson. I view the McAlberts. I didn't view the McAlberts as witnesses. I view them as murderers because they are. Like, they're fucking murderers. They put this in my charging document. So let me say it again in case it wasn't clear the first 1,000 times that I've said this. The McAlberts murdered John O'Keefe. They did. The McAlberts murdered John O'Keefe because it wasn't Karen Reed." On September 14th, Jackson doesn't want anything to do with him. On September 14th, Kearney hosted his weekend live show. Kearney stated, "Think of how much that cost the Commonwealth, all to protect Jen McCabe, all to protect her, a murderer. Let me be very clear about this case if I haven't a million fucking times. Jennifer McCabe is a murderer, like full stop. That's it. She's a murderer. She did it. She actively participated in the murder of John O'Keefe. I can't stress that enough. I'm begging them to sue me if it's not true. They haven't done it yet. She actively participated in the murder of John O'Keefe." On October 18th, 2024, Reed publicly acknowledged for the first time her long-standing relationship with Kearney. In an interview given to Dateline NBC, Reed admitted to speaking with Kearney on the phone almost every day for like 20 minutes. On January 20th, 2025, Kearney published part 466 of his Canton cover-up series in response to a claim by one of McCabe's friends that she was harassed by a turtle writer, the name for his followers. In public, Kearney stated the fact Jennifer McCabe has to cover her face in public like this because everywhere she goes, people immediately see her face and recognize her as a cop killer is a great thing. On April 24th, 2025, ABC released an episode of Impact X Nightline in anticipation of Reed's trial, which featured interviews with Reed and Jackson in it. Reed's attorney, Jackson, stated, referring to the plaintiffs, there are people in that house that are actually responsible for his death and who murdered him. And there are others in the house who are covering up that murder. Jackson also specifically refers to McCabe as being involved in a cover-up. Something was going on with John laying in that snow in that front yard. That means that this was a cover-up. John was murdered inside the house. His body was placed outside, and Jennifer McCabe knows that. The retrial and acquittal. Right? We need a double whammy today. That would be nice. Or tomorrow. On April 1st, 2025, the second trial of Karen Reed began with jury selection. On April 23rd, 2025, O'Keefe's mother testified. Kearney reacted on a weekday live. They sure do. Fucking sure do. By stating, she's on the side of evil. He argued that O'Keefe's mother is proudly friends with the people who quite obviously killed her son. Like, if that were my mother and I was killed, my mother would be looking for answers. And she wouldn't be like, yeah, I'm just going to be easily manipulated. I mean, Jen McCabe is a master manipulator. She's real good at fooling stupid people, and she's very lucky that the guy she helped kill, John O'Keefe, was surrounded by a lot of stupid people. Like, there's a lot of stupid people in John's life. On April 25th, 2025, Kearney took to X in response to a post claiming that the Free Karen Reed movement should be ashamed of the way they treated O'Keefe's mother. Kearney replied, your friends murdered this woman's son. Every pain she's feeling right now is a direct result of the McAlberts and Brian Higgins murdering John O'Keefe. You proudly call these people friends. Nothing you say or think matters at all. Despite quite literally engaging in divisive language, Kearney later posted on X, the idea that the Canton community is divided is a lie. The media spreads to make it sound like there are two equal competing sides to the Karen Reed case. There is no divide. There is the vast majority who knows the McAlberts murdered John O'Keefe. Reed herself also published more defamatory statements regarding the plaintiffs during her retrial. On May 1st, 2025, following McCabe's testimony, Reed spoke to reporters outside the courthouse about McCabe blaming another witness, another instance of perjury, or instances, I'd say. Referring to McCabe, Reed then says she's lying. Then on May 8th, 2025, Kearney went live outside the courthouse wearing a t-shirt with a still of McCabe on the stand. He explained he was walking the periphery of the buffer zone and hoped to not be in violation with the shirt on. He went around speaking to protesters outside the courthouse with people coming from as far as California and Georgia. People stopped to take pictures with him and people handed him money, to which he responded, people just give me cash, it's nice. I can't. I literally can't. Yeah, they definitely can't handle this one. And AJ wouldn't save his ass from this, even if he wanted him to, because Alan Jackson, as far as I understand, can't fucking stand it. Tried to like blackmail him and his client, so I can't imagine that he, is fond of Aidan at all. All right. Let's see. Reed knew her statements regarding McCabe and others, like the same type of statements that she fed to Kearney, were untrue and were intended to deflect from her own culpability. During the retrial, the prosecution presented footage of an interview with Reed and Yannetti. During the interview, Reed acknowledged that she previously expressed concern to Yannetti that she was responsible for O'Keefe's death. And when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him those questions. The night of January 29th, I like, David, what if, I don't know, what if I ran over his foot, or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out or went to care for himself and he threw up or passed out? And David then said, yeah, you have some element of culpability. Moreover, during the Commonwealth's closing argument, the Commonwealth showed a clip from an interview with Reed in the HBO documentary. With a smirk on her face, Reed explains the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement is claiming I said it? On June 4, 2025, Kearney posted a video recapping day 27 of the retrial. In response to the testimony of Brian Lucky Loughran, a plow driver who testified in the defense's behalf, Kearney said, "I run Canton. I'm the mayor of Canton. I'm the most powerful person in Canton. Lucky, you don't have to worry about them anymore. The big wolf is dead. I slayed them. The McCabe's and Alberts are nothing." Referencing the McCabe's and the Alberts, he continued, "They're pissing their pants every single day, counting the days. Their freedom, like Jennifer McCabe, is every day. She's a free woman. She's grateful for her freedom because she knows that she's going to spend a significant amount of time in federal prison, and it's going to be glorious when it happens." Oh my God, I can't. On June 18, 2025, immediately following the conclusion of the retrial, Kearney was interviewed by NBC 10 in Boston. During the interview, he said, "The people who murdered John O'Keefe are out there. They're the McCabe's and Alberts, and John O'Keefe went into their home and never came out of it alive, and they threw him on the lawn like trash." When asked if he felt responsible for the verdict, Kearney explained that he was responsible for the social media aspect of it. He also explained that he'd like to think that some of the evidence that was presented to the jury in court was the result of his journalism and his influence and his activism online. He also applauded himself for conducting standouts, putting up billboards all over Norfolk County for free Karen Reid and making it impossible for people not to know about the case. Kearney was also asked who killed John O'Keefe, to which he responded, "The people inside Brian Albert's house, dude. I don't know who exactly delivered the fatal blow, but Brian Albert was in there, Colin Albert was in there, Brian Higgins was in there, and the dog was in there. And quite frankly, every single person inside that house who has remained silent is just as guilty as the people who delivered the fatal blows to John. They did it." On June 19th, Kearney posted a live YouTube video discussing the retrial. Within the first 10 seconds of Kearney being on camera, he remarked, "There were already over 10,000 people streaming the video." He hustled the listeners to subscribe to his page, and within the first 5 minutes, he surpassed 143,000 subscribers to his YouTube channel. 35 minutes into the program, Kearney explained that over 20,000 people were watching the live stream, and that was the biggest show we've ever had. He explained that if they had a message that they wanted him to read aloud to everyone, they could donate to him using the link attached to the chat, and they could pay whatever amount of money they want, and they could write a message. For example, an individual of the name of Oksana sent him $150 to say, "You did it, Aidan, you did it. You stared down an entire system built on lies and corruption, intimidation, and you never blinked. Karen Reid walks free." An individual named Allison sent him $10 to say, "I can't imagine the pride and emotion you felt seeing all your hard work come to fruition." No, because it was over, and he wasn't going to be able to grift off it anymore. You know, he was pissed that that was over. During the same program, Kearney admitted that when the jurors came in after deliberating, but before announcing the verdict, two of the jurors looked at him and smiled at him. Kearney also admitted that he was invited to the celebration dinner with Reid and her defense team after the verdict. No, he wasn't. He invited himself. Kearney and Reid posed for a picture below, mocking Colin Albert. Kearney then posted the photograph on X. He acknowledged that he and Reid had spoken about recreating the picture with the same caption over 2 years prior. No, he talked to Karen about that. He wanted to recreate that picture, and he asked her to do it, so he did it. As Meredith said, he fucking invited himself to that and asked her to take that picture, specifically like that. Ain't that fucking funny? On November 2nd, 2025, Kearney hosted his weekend live show in which he reacted to a podcast that he had previously appeared on speaking about the Reid case. In the podcast, Kearney admitted that he protected Karen Reid and that he lied to Boston Magazine about their relationship. He explained that Reid's team did not want to be publicly associated with him. They wanted him to do the work of getting the story out there about what the McAlberts have done. He admitted that he understood it would be dangerous if her team were publicly tied to him, that privately they praised him and they fully supported him. In the same video, Kearney also admitted that he approached McCabe in the past to ask her questions at the direct request of Reid, Jackson, and Unity. On January 12th, 2026, Reid participated in her first podcast interview since her criminal trial ended with Rotten Mango. When asked, "What do you think happened to John O'Keefe?" Reid responded that he entered the house at 34 Fairview and much sooner than later met his demise. She bluntly concluded that someone in the house killed John O'Keefe, referring to the plaintiffs. The impact of Kearney and Reid's conspiracy. He also donates to himself to get people to donate, which I'm like, I will never fucking do that. That's just fucking gross. That's just really fucking gross. You know? It's fucking gross. What the hell is this? What the hell? You know, I was just saying, like, my fucking phone is listening to me, you guys. All of a sudden in my email, I get this thing that's like, order pizza from like one of the local pizza places that we order from, Pizzoni's. Like, it's like, order pizza today, get so many points for rewards. Like, my fucking phone is listening to me, bro. All right? This is not cool. That is fucking sketchy as all hell, bro. I'm just saying. That is fucking super duper sketchy. I would love pizza. I don't have the money for that right now. Phone that's listening to my fucking talking about pizza, you weirdo. That's so weird. Stop it, Google. Stop it, Bezos. Stop listening to my fucking conversations, you creeps. You fucking creepazoid creeps. Sorry, I have to turn. I am in pain. Okay. Every day since April 18th, 2023, the defamation campaign began, the plaintiffs and their families have been harassed and tormented as a result of Kearney's and Reed's unlawful conspiracy to defame them. The plaintiffs have become prisoners in their own communities, designed by Kearney and others who have been duped by Kearney and Reed to believe that the plaintiffs are murderers. Defendants have deliberately employed these false narratives about O'Keefe's murder and the plaintiffs' families as part of a marketing scheme that has brought Kearney substantial personal income. Kearney has an audience of hundreds of thousands of followers. He has purposely published statements by other people who falsely assert that the plaintiffs are responsible. As a result of the defendant's campaign, the plaintiffs have been forced to endure malicious and cruel abuse at the hands of ruthless and unscrupulous people. On a regular basis, the plaintiffs had faced physical confrontation and harassment at their personal residences, their places of business, and their children's extracurricular activities. The plaintiffs have also sustained a barrage of harassment and verbal assaults on social media throughout Reed's trials. Kearney and his followers harassed the plaintiffs as they reported to court to serve as witnesses. The harassment was so extreme that the judge ordered a buffer zone around the courthouse to protect those inside. Kearney and his followers chanted "cop killers" as the plaintiffs walked by and shouted "free Karen Reed all day." There will be, if he doesn't, basically agree to like a settlement. There will be, yeah. The plaintiffs have had to undertake efforts to protect themselves and their identities. Their families, places of business have been targeted, and Kearney has stalked them at their children's extracurricular activities, causing fear and emotional trauma to the plaintiffs and their families. Kearney admitted publicly that one of the goals of his false, outrageous, and defamatory statements about the plaintiffs was not only to portray the plaintiffs as those responsible for O'Keefe's murder, but also to taint the jury pool for Reed's trial and benefit financially from the publicity. Causes of action: defamation and defamation per se. As to defendant Reed, count 1. The paragraphs are incorporated and realleged as if fully set forth herein, in repeatedly publishing false statements asserting or reasonably understood to be asserting that the plaintiffs were responsible for the murder of O'Keefe and a cover-up of their purported role in that murder. Reed published numerous defamatory statements both directly and through her accomplice Kearney. Reed's statements were false. The plaintiffs did not murder John O'Keefe, did not participate in any conspiracy to murder O'Keefe, and did not engage in any cover-up of O'Keefe's death, and did not frame Reed for murder. Reed knew her statements were false because she was present when O'Keefe was struck by her vehicle, made multiple admissions to first responders that she hit O'Keefe, and acknowledged to her own attorney she may have had some element of culpability in O'Keefe's death. These publications were not only individually defamatory, but also part of a continuous course of conduct starting in 2023 and continuing through today, stating, asserting, implying, and suggesting that the plaintiffs were responsible for the murder of O'Keefe and engaged in a cover-up by, in part, framing Reed for O'Keefe's death. The statements contained in the Reed's campaign of harassment and abuse constitute defamation per se. The harmful nature of the defamatory statements is self-evident. The defamatory statements implicate the plaintiffs in heinous criminal conduct. False implications of criminal conduct constitute classic defamation. Reed's statements were of and concerning each of the plaintiffs. She repeatedly identified plaintiffs by name, and her audience understood the defamatory statements to refer specifically to the plaintiffs. The defamatory statements were published to third parties, including Kearney's hundreds of thousands of followers across multiple social media platforms, blog readers, podcast listeners, and television viewers. Reed's defamatory statements have injured plaintiffs' reputations and images, and have exposed the plaintiffs to public and private hatred, contempt, ridicule. These false publications have caused the plaintiffs to sustain substantial damages. Reed published her outrageous, cruel, and malicious lies about the plaintiffs negligently, with knowledge the statements are false, or with reckless disregard as to whether or not they were true. These acts of defendant Reed resulted in damage to the plaintiffs. Count 2, defamation per se as defendant Kearney. Paragraphs 1 through 116 above are incorporated and re-alleged as if fully set forth herein. And repeatedly publishing false statements asserting or reasonably understood to be asserting the plaintiffs were responsible for the murder of O'Keefe and a cover-up of their purported role in that murder, Kearney published numerous defamatory statements. Kearney's statements were false. The plaintiffs did not murder John O'Keefe, did not participate in any conspiracy to murder John O'Keefe, did not engage in any cover-up of O'Keefe's death, did not frame Reed for murder. Kearney knew or had reason to know his statements were false because he received his information exclusively from Reed and her legal team, who were motivated to deflect blame from Reed. He made no independent journalistic effort to verify the accuracy of the murder accusations before publishing them. Gee, I don't know, when has he done that before? When has he made no independent journalistic effort to verify the accuracy of any accusations before publishing them? I mean, he does that all the time to people. All the time. Okay, he admitted he repeatedly ignored or dismissed evidence contradicting his narrative, and he admitted that he protected Karen Reed and lied about their relationship to conceal the source of his information. These publications were not only individually defamatory, but also part of a continuous course of conduct starting in 2023 and continuing through today, stating, asserting, implying, and suggesting the plaintiffs were responsible for the murder of O'Keefe and engaging in a cover-up by, in part, framing O'Keefe for death. The statement contained in Kearney's campaign of harassment and abuse constitute defamation per se. The harmful nature of the defamatory statements is self-evident. The defamatory statements implicate the plaintiffs in heinous criminal conduct. False implications of criminal conduct constitute classic defamation per se. Kearney's statements were of and concerning each of the plaintiffs. He repeatedly identified plaintiffs by name, and his audiences understood the defamatory statements to refer specifically to the plaintiffs. The defamatory statements were published to third parties, including Kearney's hundreds of thousands of followers across multiple social media platforms, blog readers, podcast listeners, and television viewers. Kearney made these defamatory statements in an effort to increase his viewership and to profit financially. Kearney's defamatory publications readily identified the plaintiff to hundreds of thousands of people. Kearney's defamatory publications were broadcast to hundreds of thousands of people. Kearney's defamatory publications have injured the plaintiff's reputations and images and have exposed the plaintiffs to public and private hatred, contempt, and ridicule. These false publications have caused the plaintiffs to sustain actual and substantial damages. In light to his prior experience with similar sorts of negligent, reckless, and false statements, Kearney knew that his publications would cause the plaintiffs to suffer harassment and potential violence. Kearney broadcasts his outrageous, cruel, and malicious lies about the plaintiffs negligently, with knowledge that the statements were false, or with reckless disregard as to whether or not they were true. These acts of defending Kearney resulted in damage to the plaintiffs. Count 3, aiding and abetting defamation and defamation per se for her, and then aiding and abetting defamation and defamation per se for him. It just repeats the same why the conduct is, wrong and why it's defamation, and why the plaintiffs are entitled to recover basically compensation and punitive damages from Aidan. And the same for Karen. And basically it says that their conduct, intentional infliction of emotional distress for her and for him, and that their conduct was egregious and outrageous, and that they intended to inflict emotional distress, or knew or should have known that emotional distress was a likely result of their conduct. They're saying that Karen's conduct was extreme and outrageous because she orchestrated and coordinated a campaign to falsely accuse the plaintiffs of murder and conspiracy to frame her, knowing these accusations were false, and that she used an intermediary and encrypted communications to funnel false statements to Aidan for maximum public dissemination, hired a private investigator previously associated with Harvey Weinstein to confront the plaintiffs, and celebrated the destruction of their lives and reputations while monetizing the resulting publicity. Reed's conduct exceeds all bounds of decency because she knowingly destroyed the reputations and lives of innocent people to deflect attention away from her own culpability in O'Keefe's death. The conduct was the cause of the plaintiff's distress. The emotional distress sustained by the plaintiffs was severe, and as a direct and proximate result of Reed's conduct, the plaintiffs suffered severe emotional distress, including but not limited to anxiety, fear for their personal safety and the safety of their families, damage to personal and professional relationships, and the inability to participate in normal daily activities without fear of harassment or confrontation. The defendant's conduct was so outrageous in character and so extreme in degree as to go beyond all possible bounds of decency and to be regarded as atrocious and utterly intolerable in a civilized community. The plaintiffs have suffered actual and substantial damages as a direct and proximate result of Reed's conduct. And the same for Aidan. It's the same thing. It's extreme and outrageous, blah, 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 blah. It's the whole thing. That he stalked and confronted them at their homes and workplaces and children's activities. He did blog posts and videos falsely accusing them of murder, publicly released plaintiffs' personal identifying information, including social security numbers, home addresses, phone numbers, organized mobs to gather outside their home, called them derogatory names, including cop killer, pig, and horseface, left harassing voicemails for them and their family members, and encouraged his followers to harass and confront them. Kearney sustained multi-year harassment campaign designed to torment the plaintiffs and profit from their misery, constitutes conduct that exceeds all bounds of decency. Kearney's conduct was the cause of plaintiff's distress. The emotional distress sustained by the plaintiffs was severe. As a direct and proximate result of Kearney's conduct, the plaintiffs suffered severe emotional distress, including but not limited to anxiety, fear for their personal safety, blah, 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 same stuff. His conduct was so outrageous in character and so extreme in degree as to go beyond all possible bounds of decency. Atrocious, utterly intolerable in a civilized community in light of his prior experience with similar types of negligent, false, and reckless statements. Defendant Kearney knew that his publications would cause the plaintiffs to suffer harassment and potential violence. Plaintiffs have suffered actual and substantial damages as a direct and proximate result of Kearney's conduct. On count 7, aiding and abetting intentional infliction of emotional distress for Karen, and count 8, aiding and abetting intentional infliction of emotional distress for Aidan. It just repeats the same thing of why their conduct is bad, blah, 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 blah. Count 9, negligent infliction of emotional distress for Karen, and count 10, negligent infliction of emotional distress for Aidan. And then they just repeat like all the stuff they had said before and why it's bad, basically. Count 11, aiding and abetting negligent infliction of emotional distress, holy shit, to Karen. And then count 12, aiding and abetting negligent infliction of emotional distress for Aidan. Count 13, civil conspiracy, holy shit. I mean, they could sue other influencers, if they wanted, and there are certain ones they could definitely sue, that probably would result in better things than others, Well, you have to know that you can't say anything. I mean, I think it's common sense. You can't just say anything and just be like, I'm a journalist, so I can say it. Like, there's a reason why a lot of the time when I'm giving an opinion, I also will say, like, and I don't do it every single time, but I think that you guys know the difference between my opinion and something that's a fact. But I often will say, well, in my opinion. Well, my opinion is, to differentiate, Okay, it says civil conspiracy. The defendants acting in concert with each other conspired by concerted action to pursue a campaign of defamation, harassment, abuse, and intimidation, resulting in severe emotional distress of the plaintiffs, which included numerous unlawful acts or lawful acts by unlawful means as described. The defendants formed an agreement, whether express or implied, to defame the plaintiffs and through their intentional, reckless, and negligent conduct. So what that means is they didn't have to write down an agreement. Even if they didn't write down an agreement and it was just implied, you do this for me, and like what you'll get out of it is, money, fame, whatever. Like it can be implied. And that's why the part of it is the defendants formed an agreement, whether express or implied. to defame the plaintiffs and through their intentional, reckless, and negligent conduct to inflict severe emotional distress on them. The agreement is evidenced by Reed's use of intermediaries and encrypted communications to funnel information and false statements to Kearney. Kearney's admission that he received information and direction from Reed and her legal team. Reed's praise and encouragement of Kearney's defamatory publications, and their coordinated timing of publications to coincide with court proceedings, their shared financial and strategic interests in the defamation campaign, and Reed and Kearney's joint efforts to conceal their relationship from the public. In furtherance of their scheme to defame, harass, abuse, and intimidate the plaintiffs, the defendants committed overt acts and were otherwise willful participants in joint activity. The defendant's misconduct was undertaken with malice, willfulness, recklessness, and negligent indifference to the rights of others. These acts of the defendants resulted in damage to the plaintiffs. Count 14, Massachusetts Unfair Trade Practices Act. Holy shit. They went through the whole kit and caboodle here. So basically it just says everything we said above applies, and Kearney, in the course of trade or commerce, unethically, oppressively, immorally, and unscrupulously developed, propagated, and disseminated outrageous and malicious lies about the plaintiffs and their family members. He did so for profit. Kearney operates a commercial enterprise through which he monetizes content by selling subscriptions, merchandise featuring the plaintiff's name and likenesses, and advertising, and by soliciting donations. Kearney's defamatory statements about the plaintiffs were integral to his commercial business model and were designed to attract paying customers to generate revenue. The campaign of lies, abuse, and harassment was a deceptive and unfair practice. Oh, geez. An offended public policy. Kearney's conduct constitutes unfair methods of competition and unfair deceptive acts or practices in the conduct of trade or commerce within the meaning of Massachusetts general law. Yeah, this is new today. Just came out right before I started reading it to you guys. Like just hit the docket, like today. Was filed today at 12:48 p.m. This was filed. Date filed says right here, 4/16/2026, 12:48 p.m. Kearney, reprehensible conduct, substantial injury to the plaintiffs that is not outweighed by any countervailing benefits to consumers or competition, and that the plaintiffs themselves could not have reasonably avoided. Kearney's monetization of defamatory content about private individuals constitutes an unfair business practice. Plaintiffs are consumers, and Kearney's actions cause them to suffer significant damages to money or property. Kearney's conduct was a foreseeable cause of and a substantial factor causing the plaintiff's injury. Kearney broadcasted outrageous, cruel, and malicious lies about the plaintiffs, negligently or with knowledge that the statements were false, or with reckless disregard as to whether or not they were true. Kearney's conduct was willful and knowing, entitled the plaintiffs to an award of double or treble damages. So treble would be 3 times damages, pursuant to our laws here in Massachusetts. Kearney deliberately built a commercial enterprise around defaming the plaintiffs, knowing his statements were false, or acting with reckless disregard for truth or falsity. These acts of the defendant resulted in damage to the plaintiffs. Plaintiffs, through their counsel, served a demand letter to Kearney at least 30 days prior to the filing of this complaint, detailing the underlying facts of this cause of action with reasonable specificity. Oh shit, that's why he's been losing it lately, is because he was served with the demand letter before. Request for relief. Wherefore, the reasons set forth above, the plaintiffs respectfully request the court grant the following relief. Enter judgment in favor of the plaintiffs on all counts. Award damages in an amount to be determined at trial, but to exceed at least this court's jurisdictional limit, including double or treble damages pursuant to Chapter 93A. Award punitive damages to an amount to be determined at trial. Award the plaintiffs reasonable attorney fees, costs, expenses of this litigation, and pre-judgment interest. Award any such other legal, equitable, and declaratory relief as the court deems just and proper. Jury demand. Plaintiffs demand a trial by jury on all issues so triable. Dated in Boston, Massachusetts on the 16th day of April, 2026. Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins by their attorneys, James L. Tuxbury, BPO number, blah, blah, blah. William S. Fish Jr., Pro Hoc BJ forthcoming. Carrie T. Murphy, Pro Hoc BJ forthcoming. Hinckley, Allen, and Snyder LLP, 28th Street, Boston, Mass. And then all their addresses for all of them. Christopher M. Matei, Pro Hoc BJ. Renee Hale, Pro Hoc BJ. That's it. That's the whole kit and caboodle. Oh yeah, he's gonna, bitch and whine that he's being sued now. I mean, to be fair, guys, he said, why don't they sue me if it's not true? Why don't they sue me? They could just sue me if they didn't think it was true. They haven't done it yet. It's like he acts like a lawsuit could just be put together in 5 minutes, especially one this voluminous. Like, no, this takes a long time of planning and a long time of like getting things together for the court before you file something like this, like. Yeah, they're so a lot of these people, I think 2 or 3 of them, I think it's 2, did the Sandy Hook stuff. So, I mean, they sued Alex Jones, and Alex Jones had to admit that he lied and that he lost. He lost. Alex Jones lost, and they won like something billion dollars, which is like the biggest in history for something like this. This one is going to be a doozy. I'd say it's comparable in a way to that. I mean, did anybody think that Aidan's shit was going to, catch up to him at some point? Like, this is called karma. It just is. Like, he's a shitty human being. This is the shit he does. And, of all the people, think about all the people who couldn't sue him, who didn't have the money to sue him, who didn't have 100 or 200 or 300 grand to spend on an attorney dragging out a civil defamation suit, that's why he normally goes after people who don't have the means to do it. I don't have the means to do that shit. I don't simply have the means to spend 300 grand or 200 grand fighting, to make him come to court for a defamation suit, or I fucking would. I literally would. Yeah, it's new today. So, I mean, he's definitely going to be in a rage. So let's just keep an eye out for that. Because make no mistake about it, he's going to be a rage machine for at least the next 48 hours. No wonder why he's looking out his fucking window. No wonder why he's looking out his window, because he knows this can't be the only shitty thing that's going to happen. You know what I mean? Like, he knows there's probably other things down the pipe that are coming for him, karma-wise. And so no wonder why he is, like, following around fucking Subarus and shit this morning, trying to get license plate numbers for people's fucking Subarus, Yeah, they did have to file it now. The statute of limitations was coming, but to be fair, every time he does it, he kind of sets the clock back. So it's kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, every time he continues to defame them, like, they could go from the last time, you know what I mean? Like, so he kind of fucks himself on that aspect, but it has been a while, and I would have filed now anyway, but it takes a long time. It takes a long fucking time to do this shit. It takes a long time to put all this shit together and get it going. And I mean, who the fuck wants to sit in court 24/7? Well, that's the other thing. And there are so many clips of him defaming people, just regular people like me. You know what I mean? Like, he just goes on and on and on and on, and he doesn't care. He doesn't care who he hurts. He doesn't give an actual fuck. If you don't support his nonsense anymore, if Jessica Machado stopped supporting him, or, said like, oh, he did this bad thing, or he tried to throw her under the bus and use her as a scapegoat so she was going to get charged for something and she came clean, you can make no mistake he'd go after her, right? So it's people like that I wonder to myself why y'all keep helping him, because he will turn on you in 1 fucking second if he thinks that it'll help himself to throw you under the bus or even lie about you and say you did something he did. He will. Make no mistake about that. Ashley and Kylie Kirkpatrick both had to deal with years of court systems for charges that were falsely filed against them because of him. And they both had their suits dropped, their criminal charges dropped. Like, one was found not guilty because they traced the emails back to Aidan. The ones that, of course, he tried to use to claim that they committed a crime. They were traced back to him, that he wrote, and then blamed on her, right? So, and the other, that the DA had to throw it out after so long because they could see at that point that it was all fraudulent. So it's like, how many more people is the court system in multiple states going to allow him to keep hurting before they start fucking doing something? You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not sure is that people keep saying that his house is protected by the Homestead Act. I don't think it is, because he bought that house after he committed these crimes and enriched himself. So I just, again, Massachusetts will put a lien on that home. Like, they will put a lien on that home. He's not protected because of what he did. And before, in that he didn't buy it before all that anyway. He bought it with the money of enriching himself based on crimes. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he is at the center of everything. You got that right. You got that fucking right. You know? So, you know, he'll take any kind of, you know, any kind of attention. You know, it doesn't matter what kind. Oh, I haven't checked my emails yet. I have honestly, I was in such bad shape yesterday, like pain wise, like health wise. Like I didn't check any emails yet. I haven't seen anything yet. Sorry. I'll check them later. I haven't really had a chance to do much, to be honest with you, between back and forth between the doctors and stuff. I haven't had a chance to even bother to check my emails, but I will check them out today. Oh my God, a lot. He'll talk about it a lot, but it's not going to help him. Of course, it's going to get worse for him. You know, karma's a bitch. You know, for every single person that he hurt, karma is a fucking bitch. For every person he lied about, you know, for every person that he tried to shit on, whether that be Meredith or Donna or Lindsay from New Jersey or Nan, or like, we can go on and on and on and on. Now he's, oh, Nick Rocco, Jason, like the fucking, it never ends. And for all the people that he brings in with him to shit on all of these people, right? Like fucking Barry and all these unhinged lunatics that are turtle riders that just buy whatever he's saying, hook, line, and sinker, and then go and shit on other people because they think it's normal. It's not normal. That's not normal behavior. Just fucking not. Just really, really not. Well, we already know a lot about that quote forensic report, you know, and the forensic, like, let me just make clear about his quote forensic report. His forensic report is based on fucking IP addresses. An IP address can't tell your exact location or who owns it. That's not the way it works. IP addresses don't move on a map and you chase them. So there's no way for anybody to get that information without a warrant signed by a judge and get it, you know what I'm saying? Like, so his forensic report was based on very little pieces of information that don't differentiate to any person. So it's when he says forensic report, I think people start to freak out to like assume he has all this information on people. He does not. He does not. He absolutely does not. Well, all he did was prove that his IP address is the one of the State Street Mirror account. That's all he did. Like a fucking idiot. I mean, if I were, wouldn't you at this point? Look at all the trouble he causes. Like, I'd fucking sue him into oblivion if I could, you know? You know, I feel like 3 hots in a cot, right, guys? I mean, you get 3 hot meals a day in a cot when you're in prison. I mean, shit. Most of us struggle daily for groceries, never mind fucking, you know, a free place to live and eat. You committed the crimes, my dude. It might not be a nice place to live, but you and Bubba are about to be best friends, Aidan. Like, intent. Yeah, I mean, well, he's intentionally a shitty human being, but nonetheless, I think the courts have his number at this point, and I can say that the authorities are well advised on the shit that he does and the shit that he pulls and why he pulls it. I'm hoping that some counties get their fucking acts together instead of pretending that shit's not happening. They start doing their fucking job because it's getting exhausting. You know, when other counties have to pick up some counties' messes. There's far too many victims that should have never been victimized. Never, never, never. Never fucking never. Shit pisses me off. He'd be sitting in prison right now if Norfolk County did their fucking job. Let's just throw that all out there. He'd be sitting in prison. He wouldn't have anybody to hurt because he'd be in prison if they did their fucking job. You know? I mean, I feel like none of these people have fucking ethics. You know? You're talking about Timothy Bradley is just a fucking mess. All that guy knows how to do is narrative on very unethical shit. Coaching, like your coach. I mean, it's very clear that it's practice, but coaching people on their testimony, dude, that is a BBO complaint waiting to fucking happen, dude. That is a no-go. That is a big fat no-no for a lawyer. You can talk to somebody about their testimony, but you cannot coach their testimony. You cannot fucking do that. That is not a thing. Oh, you want the tantrum? Tantrum makes me feel better today. Makes me smile at least, and I am not having a good week, I'll tell you that much.
Can you please not go back? Can you please not go back?
Fucking never fails to make me smile. Even in the shittiest of times, never fucking fails. He's such a shitbag. Like, the more and more he's embarrassed by that, you know, and I don't get, you know, I don't get happiness from people hurting. I'll tell you that much. It actually burns me more than anything when people are targeted. I take it personally, you know, even if it's not me. But he's just such a piece of human fucking garbage that he revels in people's pain so much that the fact that this fucking video embarrasses him, it should. You're a child, bro. You're a toddler. What kind of fucking man throws a drunken temper tantrum on the floor like this?
Can you please not go back? Can you please not go back?
I mean, what in the actual fuck was he thinking? Like, what the actual fuckity fuck was he fucking thinking, really? Like, I'm just gonna throw a tantrum. Like, yeah, I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna throw a tantrum. Like, the fuck? The fuck you mean, bro? She's gonna, you know, let me stay here, not break up with me if I throw this drunken tantrum. Like, bro, you followed her around the house for hours taking videos of her. You fucking weirdo. You're a fucking weirdo. I can't. All right. I gotta go figure out what I'm doing for dinner. I literally feel the hungriness in my throat. And I am getting very uncomfortable in this chair right now. So, I'm gonna wrap this up. And I will see you guys tomorrow. If you guys have not gotten a chance, I would please ask you to hit the like button, subscribe button. If you're not already a member of our channel, please become a member of our channel. We have LTG, thank you LTG, thank you Standing, I say thank you again, thank you for becoming a member, LTG, thank you Marsha, thank you Rachel for becoming a member, thank you guys so much. If you would like to contribute to the channel, the only people that we get contribution from are you. So, you know, that's how I make my paycheck weekly is you guys. That's the only way. So I don't have turtle writers backing me up, so I need all your help. So I appreciate y'all. There's a bunch of different ways you can support the channel. The most direct are our Cash App, our Venmo, our PayPal, and our link that's up at the top of the screen where the chats are. It's pinned to the top and it says Justice Chat. It's also in the description of the video. We also have Chime and Revolut. We do have an Amazon wish list, and we do have things like super chats and super stickers, but those don't work when I'm not live anymore. Although the super thanks do still work. There are things you can put in the comments called super thanks that do work. But please hype the video when it's not live anymore. I think it takes like 15 minutes, but the hyping definitely helps out. I love your stinking faces, and I will see y'all tomorrow.